consume but never feast. Metal wings slice the void apart. A funeral pyre, a rocket's heart. Does the air tear or does it yield? What's the cost of the battlefield? Polkasonic retro propulsion. Fire fights fire in the sky's combustion. The plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity's chains snap with red rivers, burning trails, echoes scream where silence falls. Ashes rain, the sky won't care, but we keep climbing unaware. In another, in another, in another, in another, in another, in another, in another. EJ in his rocket chair, blasting curveballs through the air. Space tank, duct tape, pull the tight, orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a run. 1995, finish prime, rusted balls, car reborn, screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine, welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, Mars gold, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash to treasure strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch King with the space age flare. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight. He'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get away.
Well, hello. Hello. How are you? I freaking love Duncan, guy. What are you talking about, kid? Did you happen to watch any of the Flame Trench last week? They had some bad takes on government contracting around like 1 hour 50 into the stream. I heard some things about that, Dean. Krispy Kreme. Kid. No Krispy Kremes here. Go back to Starbucks. Dude, look, I'm the freaking Dunk King guy. I ain't even sponsored. I just put their crappy coffee on my stream for y'all to see. Look at this. It's better when it's from Boston, dude. Oh God, that's freaking good. This is the nectar, my people guy. Oh. I felt like they saved that discussion for when you weren't there. Dude, I will go. Look. Everybody over there likes agreeing with each other. I don't like it when everybody agrees, because whenever, like, it's not even that I have a dissenting opinion. Like, okay, Dean, I'll give you an example. Everyone is like gung ho about New Glenn 9x4, right? And I like it, dude. That's a sweet rocket. I love it. Like, I kind of want to make it in KSP, to be 100% honest with you. But we can't go, dude. We can't just go sit there slobbering over Starship and New Glenn and Falcon 9 on Flame Trench all the time. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be something to it. Hey, AW, $20 super chat. Thanks for the thanks for the great channel. All right, man, I got you. You know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna have a talk show about this, dude, you gotta have something. That's always been my thing. You gotta have something. Like, you know, like. So, dude, I threw a monkey wrench into the last flame trench that I did. I'm like, yeah, it looks like trash. And everyone's like, you know, like, you know, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. I have nothing against Blue. Their casts suck. Their casts suck complete ass. They're terrible. But other than that, like the rocket's great. New Glenn's awesome, man. Jaeger, what's up, man? EJ merch ugly quick Christmas sweater when? Oh God. We need to get festive? Yeah. Yeah. You could bring up OpenAI trying to buy Stoke. Oh. Yeah, the OpenAI, that's that company from Sam Controlman. No, Sam Deleteman. No, Sam Control Alt Deleteman. Sam Bankman? No, that's a different guy. No, it's a different guy. Coffee topping off, almost complete. Sam Control Alt Deleteman. Too many Sam not gonna buy Stoke here, that's for sure. Anyway, yeah, like Dean, what did they talk about, man? Like they said no government contract? Yeah, whatever. Like yeah, yep. EJ stage locks load is complete, or coffee loading is complete. Start plugging merch, dude. Like that's always been my thing. If we're gonna plug merch, let's plug freaking merch. Like, you know, I'm used to, you know, Dean, that isn't my style. That's really not my style. I don't roll like that, dude. I just don't do it. But if we're gonna do it, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Like, you guys watch Cleater's McFarlane? The way he does merch is hilarious. Or Linus, the way Linus does merch is sweet. Or there's another YouTuber I watch that Das told me about called Any Austin. Any Austin's hilarious, dude. That guy can plug merch like a champ. Like, but as long as it's not intrusive, dude. Like, I've always had like a thing, like, you know, doing 3 or 4 of those things like during a flame trench is like, especially when it doesn't feel right. LTT screwdriver is for winners, Jaeger. Yeah, absolutely. I noticed while watching Happy Gilmore that Happy wore a Bruins jersey. Yes. Martin Cytopants is great at it, dude. Yeah. That guy's hilarious, man. His summer car, dude, he actually did summer car in real life. That's hilarious. The guy went to Finland and drove around in a crappy old car around on the back roads and found TMO's shop. It's a real place, which is hilarious, dude. That's really cool. Yeah, yeah. We need to. We at NSF we gotta find our niche. Like what does an NSF merch plug look like? That's not annoying. You know what I mean? I think that's really important to understand. You know, like you guys tell me, let me know. Like, we can't not plug the merch. Like, I get it. Like, dude, unlike me, who's just sitting here burning like stream profits on car parts, right? Like, and I say profits because we have an operating margin to keep the shop running and stuff, right? Like, you know, NSF has a lot of upkeep. I've worked on the tech, the back end tech, like in the dunes, to get all that working, that doesn't come cheap. The connection alone is a lot of cash, right? Like, that's a lot of work. I totally get it. Like, you got to plug merch somehow when you run in a business like that. You never did make Coronet shirts. I need to put more effort into streaming. Coltec, I didn't make Coronet shirts because real life got away from me, dude. That's no excuse, right? Like, I gotta be better, dude. I gotta be better. I've been, dude, the stream content has been like lukewarm lately. I'm not happy with it. It's gotta be better. It's gotta be better. We gotta do better. And not just saying that, like, well, I gotta do better. No. Like, dude, this stream could be awesome. Like, we're pretty good. I'm okay with it, but you know, I'm happy with it. I'm not satisfied. You know what I mean? Coltec, like, the thing is like with merch and stuff, I don't mind what we're using Redbubble right now. I don't mind that. Redbubble's okay. I don't have a problem with it. Their cut is kind of, you know, but, you know, I'm kind of wondering, like, if we could, oh. Huh. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Think bunker branding would take you on? I think if I went over there and introduced myself, Hellfist, which I'm not afraid to do. I was afraid to do that for the longest time. I don't care anymore. Whatever. I'll go talk to anybody, dude. I don't care. In-house merch would be a little bit difficult. I would pretty much have to convert the shop into a merch warehouse. I'm not sure you guys or I want that, but last, if you want to plug merch, do it as unknowingly as possible. Take 5 seconds to say, buy our stuff to support the stream, please. Or don't, whatever, I'm not your dad. Yeah. No, whatever, I'm not your dad. I'm trying to tell you what to do. Yeah, spoiled. That's what I was thinking, dude. Yeah. Garnet aside, I have a possible, you have a possible line on some items for the blue truck. Are more car parts showing up at my door? Because you don't have enough of those here? I'm just screwing with you, man. You can drop car parts on my door anytime. I don't care. I got a big yard. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Jaeger. That's what I'm thinking, dude. What if dude, we should, you know what? I'm going to make a note of this, dude. I'm not just going to say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a note right now to tell us about merch supplier. Cool. Done. If you make hats, may I ask a favor? But dude, like, here's the thing. I don't want merch to get away from it. I'm just a one-man operation. Like, I don't want to make the stream like I have a fashion company and I also stream. You know what I mean? We also have to get those nice headers on at some point. I scored a set of metal car ramps in Detroit from Joey Blue Skies or knock, if that helps. That might be easier to do that when we can get the truck up in the air. It isn't even the way they're plugged, it's just non-stop. Just doing it less frequently would be fine, like 60-75% of what they do now. Well, Dean, here's the thing. I'm hosting the Flame Trench, I think, this week, so Sawyer's out this week. He's going to the doctors. I won't get into it. It's not my place to tell you. When are you hiring your team? Jaeger, my thing is that this isn't an excuse. I mean, it kind of is, and it's, you know, I probably should have done this a little while ago. I'm afraid to take somebody on. I'm afraid to hire somebody. I'm afraid to start a company and do that. I really am. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of investment, and I'm worried that it would take away from the stream. I would be distracted by running the business. And that's something I never really wanted for the stream. You know what I mean? I don't want to turn it into a business, dude. I mean, it is a business, but do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a huge risk. Huge risk. You know, like, That's why I've never done it. And yeah, I don't know. I just should I have taken that step? Yeah, probably. Would I? Dude, I can't hire somebody. Like I can't. We don't. Like I said, guys, you take care of me, and that's great, and I'm like eternally grateful. But you know, this isn't that big of an operation comparatively to some streamers out there or YouTubers. You know, like it's just not. I'm sorry. I'm small time, and I'm cool with that. That's fine. You know. All right, full time. What about contracting? I mean, yeah, I'd still have to incorporate to do that, and that is a significant investment. Going through all the stuff, getting an LLC, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, like I said, I haven't done it just because that's a huge step, and I'd be worried that I'd be running a business and not streaming for money. Does that make sense? Hey, Tessa, what's going on? What would an employee do on a day-to-day basis? Well, if we had merch, if we had merch, I would have a t-shirt press in the freaking shop, and somebody would be in there making t-shirts pretty much the whole day. Like, I would do just-in-time merch. If we're small time, I would do just-in-time merch. Because I don't think like, dude, I'm not going to buy 1,000 shirts. Right? I'm not going to buy 1,000 shirts. I'm not going to sell. That would take me a year to sell through that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it would be just on demand and just a t-shirt press and, you know, like go from there. I would try to make sure that the merch is good too. Like I wouldn't want like light duty cotton or anything. I would want good stuff. You know? Actually, hey, if you want an employee, I'll work for room and board. You just want to come here to see the World Cup. Shut up. I'm just messing with you, Tessa. If you bring the bikes, maybe I'll think about it. Fellas, I actually just had a pretty crazy idea, and I'm not sure if I'm competent enough to follow through with it, but dude, how about, so a lot of people that watch this stream are aerospace technicians, A&Ps. Dude, how about A&P workwear? Like we make merch, not just merch with like a freaking EJ logo on it. Like if we're gonna make merch, let's make freaking merch, right? Like let's make stuff that's actually useful, something that you can use, not just, hey, I got an EJ shirt, I watch EJ stream and all I got is this damn shirt, you know? Like I would want something that you could go like work on an airplane with, and something that you would want to get dirty, like, and if you get dirty, it's not a big deal, you know? No, Brun, I'm independently contracted right now. Yeah, that's all. No LLC. I've never incorporated. Dude, it's expensive. We're just, the margins aren't there. And you guys know I'm good at running businesses. Like you've seen me play the video. Like I've played a lot of games that have tons of finance and game mechanics in it, and that doesn't, like, once again, that doesn't transfer over. But I'm pretty, like, okay, I can play workers, and I have cities that are profitable in workers on the hardest difficulty. All right, like it's pretty good, man. Like I know what I'm doing. Like I know what I'm doing when it comes to that. It's just, yeah, you know, Carhartt. Yeah. It wouldn't be like workwear like that. Like it would be workwear for like A&Ps and stuff and technicians. Like if someone's going to be welding steel rings on Starship, what would be like the ideal shirt to wear, you know? FAA certified merch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you live in Boston, and I don't know if you ever did its profitable Snow City. I did. Long before you started watching the stream, though. When the winter, when Seasons DLC came out in cities, I made a Winter City. It was pretty good, man. It had centralized heating, too. It was pretty good. You got your LLC for $600, professional and real person attorney, not just an online one. So, Brun, I have a question for you, and this is where... Okay, this is going to sound stupid. I'm loading up Kerbal, by the way. My accountant, not that one. The accountant that was doing doing my accounting for 10 years before that, and the new guy took over and screwed me. The guy that runs the firm is a good buddy of mine, you know, which is why I am not taking him to court. You know what I mean? If you know that story, you know that story. I won't rehash it. This is the dude that really knows what he's doing. He said, don't do that. He keeps telling me not to do that. Because it's too involved. And I'll admit I am parroting what he's saying to an extent, but the guy that runs the company, the guy that's a good buddy of mine, he's good. He's done good things on my taxes. It's just that new guy that screwed up. The new guy that no longer not gonna work here anymore. The big issue is due to you streaming. You don't have the luxury of putting off a video. Yeah, exactly, Hellfish. Like, running a business, it requires a good amount of time. Like, I have to get all the paperwork done. But guys, I could do it. That's no big deal. You see some of the problems we solve in the games that we play? Like, that's not an issue. It's just, I'd be worried it would detract from time away from you guys. And that would fundamentally change the dynamic of the stream and we wouldn't even notice. It wouldn't be a quick change, but it would be something that happens eventually. That turns the stream into a business. Like, and don't get me wrong, the stream is a business now. But I would be worried about running my business, losing the LLC, legal, you know, like now I have to be much more careful with the money and stuff. You know, it's just something my accountant keeps saying, don't do it. You know, he says I don't make enough to do that, which is interesting. Starship models, yeah, right. Yeah, Hangman. The reason why I've never done it is just because I'm worried it would take away from the stream, dudes. Because when I decided that I was gonna do this and do this full time, I wanted to do it. I'm here to stream. Here to stream, and I'm here to teach people. You know. Yeah, Hellfish, for sure, for sure. Okay, here. This is Elon Brain DJ. I'm sorry. I wonder how much it would cost to make a damn shirt. Like, don't get me wrong. I know you need textile equipment to do that. I get it. I understand. But seriously, if we're not doing high volume, how much is that really going to cost? Like, you would need a screen printer. ARJ, do you have experience with this? Because I'm kind of, you know, like we wouldn't need to be high volume, at least at first. If we make stuff that people like that's the thing. Once again, but the other thing about merch with me, guys, it's like I don't want to just make an EJ shirt. Like, oh, look at I'm supporting EJ, and it's a shirt that you wash 2 or 3 times and the freaking thing gets ruined. You know what I mean? I want. Like, I work out in the shop. I want a shirt that you can beat the crap out of. Yeah, and that might mean the shirt's a little more expensive, but, you know, I want a shirt that you guys can actually get use out of. You know, a shirt that you could use. Not just some, like, oh, just EJ, and then you go to wash it and the logo gets all washed out after 2 or 3 washes, you know? Not worth it? Yeah. Like the screwdriver, yeah. Yeah, bro, and it helps with personal liability. There isn't much liability with streaming, though. That's the other thing my accountant said. Like, not much. As long as I don't give people, like, financial advice and stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm very careful not to do that. Unless it's, like, very simple stuff, like, you should always save money, you know? Like, I'm not trying to take away from your account. Said, no. I asked you, dude. Don't worry about it, brother. It's all good. Equipment of love is several thousand. I mean, we could skip a project car, ARJ. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe start with a t-shirt press and go from there. That's the philosophy behind LTT products. Yeah, I like Linus. Linus is good in that regard, you know? For the loom search for your merch is at last. Well, okay, Ian. Your stuff has lasted for years. Yep. Sold a good quality shop jacket or something like that, I'd buy a couple, yeah. And dude, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I understand that we'd be, like, ARJ, say I hit the lottery. Like, say I hit a scratch ticket or something. We got, like, a couple $1,000 bucks. We did something like that. And I'm not promising anything, like, just, this is just me brainstorming, right? I like having business meetings like this with you guys. Say we did buy the equipment. I would be more about making a nice shirt. Like, and selling it for really low margin. Like, not a lot. Like, I don't want to make a lot of money. I'd want something that you would use. Merch trailer at launches would be hilarious. See, why doesn't it, like, you know, Hellfish, why, you said that and immediately my mind is like, why doesn't NSF do that? Why not have a merch trailer at River or something during a Starship? Dots! Oh, Dots! Gonna hit you a message, bud. Right? Like, yo, chat is wondering why NSF doesn't have a merch trailer for high-profile launches. All right, you think I didn't send that to him? Oh, I sent that to him. I like doing that. No, it's good. It's good to write down an idea. Can we have NASCAR-style team jerseys, but rocket themed? That's a good idea. Electron, that's a good idea. Also, why doesn't NSF have merch at KSC VC? I gotta, which means, here it comes. Das is typing. Uh-oh, I pissed him off. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta, Huh. Oh, well. Ah. Rarest, it's funny you mentioned that. Huh. That was not the response I was expecting, to be honest with you. Oh, no, but you get timed out for that. Huh. That's not the answer I was expecting. I'm not sure if I could say that, but stay tuned. That's the gist of it. Stay tuned. Hellfish, I actually had something. Dawson actually said something a little more specific than it's in the plans, dude. To be honest with you, like, believe me, I'm good at gauging DOS responses to things. I know what a no means and what yeah, maybe, and what yes, that's happening soon means, and yes, we're actually doing that. Like, there's many phases to this thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually not the response I was getting. I told him chat called me out on asking you and said I wouldn't, and he thought that was funny, and then, well, that's not the answer I was expecting. So just stay tuned, I guess. You did lead off with chat says, so he knows he's on the record a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Give me to about the carrier island while we're on a roll. That got vetoed. That got vetoed really hard. He thought I was kidding, and then he realized I wasn't kidding, and then I may or may not have been called an idiot a couple of times, but you know, you miss 100% of the carrier towers that you don't get, or you know what I mean. Someone should buy the CV67 Island before it's gone. Lunprod, I proposed to DOS that we buy this CV67 tower for scrap, put it on a concrete slab at River, and make it a press site observation post. DOS thought that. He was like, oh, that's hilarious. And he's like, oh, you're serious? I'm like, yes, I am serious. That's the Kennedy. It's president for my state's namesake. And he's like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And I'm like, it got vetoed. You already have a crane driver lined up. I mean, saying. Put a Bucky's in the bottom. At River? I think you're vastly misjudging how remote Starbase is. There's nothing out there, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The TLDR, guys, is that having... TLDR is that having a physical presence, like a merch booth or something, you running into... DOS is telling me you run into all kinds of sales tax stuff in Texas. It's the same reason why I don't do merch in-house. It's the same reason why I don't... It's the exact same reason that started this conversation, interestingly enough. Yeah, Tessa, maybe. Yeah, I got you. But he said I don't know if he wants to say what stuff's in the works, but yeah. It's a lot of hoops to jump through, dudes. That's it. With Texas sales tax and businesses in Texas, etc., etc. Yeah. Opera. It's freaking that damn budget again. Ugh. Anyway. All right. So, the lander. We gotta make the lander not Dookie shoes. But yeah, I'll just reading through, make sure I understood that correctly. Yeah, cool. How much are you doing? RCS? Well, let's get the lander out and let's go. It really comes down to more like... It really comes down to more what do we want out of this lander. That's really important to understand. Yeah, just keep your eyes peeled for stuff, dudes. That's very interesting. Huh. All right, so let's get into building this lander. We have our reusable descent module here that was used in the other career mode save. I did end up liking this, but this isn't exactly what I'm looking for. So we really got to think about expectations here. And by that I mean, what's our stakeholder expectation? What are we doing? What do we want this lander to do? That really helped us with the capsule. And if you guys watched the Minmus mission yesterday, we did it. That mission was awesome. It was quite good. We really did a lot. Like, it really showed the versatility of this dang capsule. The Taurus capsule is one of the better spacecraft that I've built. I would say by far and away that's probably one of the best pods we've made in a long time. Yeah, that's if not the best pod. Like, this thing is real good, and we could make it better. Like, you know, we got to work with solar panels. The RCS could do with some tweaking as well, but clean sheet lander or just rework? Well, Fox, that's what I'm kind of wondering. My lander, I built it basically as a stopgap. The stopgap for the lander was the lander's basically the service module. It's the service module from the capsule. I did that so we could get it done quick, so we could get some quick science. But now that we're moving more into like routine operations, I really would like something a little bit more purpose built. So if we go and look at the lander itself, is it a complete fool's errand to try and convince you to Saturn 1B style medium launcher as a stopgap till medium launches with new tech? Well, King, honestly, a better stopgap would be Falcon Heavy. That would be a better stopgap. Yeah, Black, that's a lander that's specifically designed to build a base. I need to build something like an RDM, the RDM from the other career mode save, something that can be reusable, because I don't want to litter the ground with descent modules everywhere. Didn't Jack want the superstructure off of the JFK? I did convince Jack that that was a good idea, Rarest. But we got vetoed. I mean, King, now that you mention it, that would probably be a good thing to do. Like, the Falcon Heavy extended fairing that the DoD is using could be useful. The Chinese Falcon Heavy that stays all in one stage. I think I would rather punch myself in the dick than make that. If I'm gonna be like very, very honest with you. Like, just straight up, like, you know, like... We already have Condor 9, and if we're using Condor 9 already, why don't we just, you know... Condor Heavy I never put into work either. Well, screw me then, you know, like... Sorry, Blacklist, I just can't stand that thing. We did make it once. Do you remember when we made that? I made it once to see if it would work, and it does work. It's just... That's a little too contrived for my taste, if that makes sense. Honest. Honest and blunt. Like, I would rather do something like that. How are you going to manage 2 landings, though? Just switch back and forth between the vehicles. Staggered landings, Fox, usually are what does it. It looks strangely like a Titan fairing. Yeah. It's weird. That just ended up looking like the exact same size as a Trisector Delta 4 Heavy Titan fairing. Yeah, I know. It's weird, huh? Strange. I'll admit, Falcon Heavy does look good with that long fairing. It looks sweet. Land all 3 cores, easy. I would probably expend the center core like what SpaceX does. Or we could make the drone ship. Like, that's a hell of an investment. But we could do it. I've made drone ships before, guys. I can make them. We've made them. I can show you the one that I've made. But that's with lifters. We really got to get that lander redesigned. But, I mean, if you want to see the drone ship, I built it. Well, something like it. And we could probably refactor it and make it better. And, you know, like if we're playing career mode, we could just land the thing on the drone ship, right? I say that like that's some easy thing to do. We could just land the thing on the drone ship and kind of... go from there. I forget what I called the drone ship. Let's just try drone. I think I called it the Kerbal Spaceport drone. Nope. Large, perhaps? Alright, I'm gonna put ship in here and it's gonna... Nope. Landing? Nope. Hey, Josh Bomb. You should practice this in Sandbox so we can actually land something, not just engines back. Okay. It straight up will not do it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there's this fun thing. I built this a long time ago. Actually works pretty well. Yes, there was a time where fairings weren't in the game and you made interstages out of wings. And it's an old design, alright? No, Ken's, I got all rain, dude. I live basically by the ocean. It doesn't really snow that much, but sometimes we get certain conditions where if the storm's coming off the ocean back onto shore, we will get railed with snow, but for the most part, no. SPMT prototype? Do I really want to know? What the I don't remember making this. I don't know. 95 gave me a ship for him to fix, Geeson. I don't remember exactly what we were doing there, but... Wings' fairing is so cursed. Those were desperate times. I made them out of panels. Should make a new rocket like Mini New Glenn. Yeah, see, we were making an SPMT here. I'm like genuinely curious, does this actually freaking work? The last time I tested it was July 26, 2022. Anyway, yeah, long story short, I'm trying to find the drone ship, but it's buried within the thousands of craft files. You got to remember, guys, a little while back when we started this career mode save, I loaded every single craft file from KSP 1.0 forward into this install of Kerbal. I have everything. Everything we've ever made. Ever. Period. There's thousands of them. It's like 4 gigs of craft files. Everything down to all the different versions of every single plane we've ever made and every single spaceship and rocket we've ever made. Ever. Do I have them backed up? Everything's on Firebox, dude. Don't worry about it. And Rusty now. Actually, it's triple redundant backup. Can I see your Avro arrow? I mean, I don't want to get too into the weeds here, King, but yeah, sure. Kind of random, but what do you think is the most interesting piece of technology that NASA's ever developed? The AGC by a long shot, Chaz. Yeah, the Apollo guidance computer. Dude, it's magic. Chaz, if you're into that stuff, there's a channel on YouTube called Curious Mark. Curious Mark, like the word curious, M-A-R-C. It's just a bunch of nerds that bought a spare Apollo guidance computer on oh yeah, this is 95 space plane. I remember this thing. Yeah, he was having some trouble with it. Beautiful pits and track. Love it. See ya. Nice. Yeah, okay, that's a Schlatt reference. Got it. How did you just buy that? Government auctions off stuff, dude. So... What was I doing? Yeah, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but Jebtaris. Is this one I made in Taris? Yep, there it is. In Taris 230. Oh dear. Brother, just overclock the stupid thing next time. Don't clip 4 freaking Bobcat engines into each other. Oh my goodness. Okay. Antares, nothing. We weren't talking about you. What's up, S? How you doing? I mean, S, yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could try to find the dang drone ship, but that would be tough. It's buried in here. King, I must have shown you the arrow at some point, dude, right? Oh god, that's the Vulcan. Oh god. You know how hard that wing was to freaking make? Does it howl? It's got whiplashes on it, dude. Damn right it howls. Why not just Kerbal construct landing pads on the other side of the ocean? Too far downrange, dude. Hey, Yard. Kerbro arrow. There it is. There it is. There's the arrow. Little unstable because of the anhedral wing design, but very, very fast. We could probably do a detail pass with fairings on the hull and make it look so much nicer, but yeah, there's the arrow. It was an interceptor. I know, and I engineered it as such for Wings Wednesday. There was a time where every Wednesday, guys, I would make an airplane. I'd just pick an airplane and make it. We did it for years. So I got all kinds of stuff in here. I have, these Vulcans, arrows. I have 747s. We have F-18s, F-15s, F-14s. I made an F-16 once. Convair 990, a Coronado. Actually, that ended up looking more like a DC-8, but that's another story. This thing flies excellent, dude. It's about as good as I can make a passenger plane. Ever make a B-52? I really didn't make any bombers. No. Anyway, I've made a drone ship. It's not too much. It's just a bunch of fuel tanks on its side with ore tanks underneath it. It works. Like, oh yeah, we made that. That works too. It's pretty good. You got to charge it every once in a while though. I made the B1. Yeah, I made a KB30 or YB35 and a YB49. I've made flying wings before, Fox. Yeah, I've never made a B2. No. Yeah, that's a Tesla Semi with a trailer. I put a lowboy trailer behind it. There's the Kestrel capsule. The Kestrel capsule is pretty good. But once again, I didn't want to get too far into the weeds. Kestrel's kind of like a Dragon-esque capsule, which once again, I could make this 1,000 times better today, but we're not going to do that. Not right now, at least. A B2? Yeah. Avro Aero has fly-by-wire using vacuum tubes. Wow. I don't know. My drone ship's in here somewhere, dudes. What is the K200 PRV? What is that? No description. I don't know. It's a Hemet. Think you could get all the complex curves in a B2 to look good in Kerbal? Sure, if I stared at it enough. The one thing you want out of the lander is that it has a complete set of experiments and power for them on board so you don't run into the issue that you ran into last night. Can you power the experiments via a lander, Tessa? Is that even possible? Oh yeah, there's the car. You know what? I'll save that so we can use it. It's a nice vehicle. It's just a car that I need in case I needed to get a Kerbal from one place to another. It's basically the Lunar rover with some panels on board to protect you from a rollover. Hey, W? What the hell is this? Wide body variant with more bald eagles. Oh. Oh yeah, wider tires. Okay. Needs an LS1. Actually, this is supposed to be... I made it look like a Corvair. Yeah. Made it look like a Corvair. Not via the lander. Yeah, I was gonna say. This one? Oh. Don't look at this. Anyway, yeah, that's probably how we do it. If I wanted to make a stopgap, I would make Falcon Heavy, which I can do. We can do it. And getting the double boost back would be a little bit difficult, but yeah, it's totally doable. Every time I forget what this damn thing is, and every time I load it up, I look at it and go, what the hell was I thinking? Should have got the Enterprise SSTO. I don't have the parts for it. Right now, at least. Anyway. Let's get back to making the lander, okay? I'm satisfied with Condor 9 doing its thing right now. I'm actually pretty good with it. We need to get this newer booster flies the refactored Condor 9 that I've made here let's get back to my regular save. The drone ship's out there somewhere. I'll show it to you one of these days when I find it, guys. This thing is way simplified over the last version of Condor 9 that I used. I used a lot of new building techniques like fairing engine sections, much simpler wings. It has robotics that if we tried to reuse this with the landing legs, they would probably drift, if I had to guess. It has a much simpler separation mechanism, but it is a good rocket. I'm still, and once again, we're not using Bobcats. I have overclocked swivel engines down here working as my Merlin 1Ds. It actually looks really nice. I do appreciate it, but stretch it. No, I don't think we need to. I'm happy with this thing. If we would do Condor Heavy, right? If we're gonna do that, I would want to make sure that I figure out how to land one of these like the same exact way every single time. And that just, in Kerbal, that just comes from flying it. So I'm happy with Condor 9 the way it is. We did show that the capsule with the lander and its service module can pretty much make it out to Minmus from low Kerbin orbit, towing the lander, which is actually pretty cool. But therein lies kind of what I'm getting at. Like, we can make a better lander, dudes. I want this lander to specifically be centered around moving stuff to the moon. Add SRBs. I am not adding SRBs to a Falcon 9 rocket. I'm not doing that. No. So this is Moon Crane. We refactored Moon Crane, and it does have the old lander on it. Ooh. Oh, now that I'm thinking. Yeah, Toma, of course. When I made the wheels of the Saturn V crawler. Yeah, Garrick. What's the mass of this thing without that attached to it? 10 tons. Moon Crane's 10 tons? Really? Huh. Yeah, the descent module, you know what, Pigzig, you're right. The descent module actually is not bad. It's actually quite good for what it is. It's all the panels. The small panels don't weigh anything, Tessa, to be honest with you. They really don't. They're 20 kilos a pop. That's nothing. And yeah, I mean, we kind of have to, because that's the only way everything clears, making that flat like that. We tried using flags and it just looked flimsy. This actually makes it look a little bit tough. I do like the upgraded Moon Crane, and yeah, maybe it's just we need a better ascent module to the lander. We need a better ascent module, and we need where's my lunar lander? We need to work on the con ops, like, and maneuverability. The RCS on this thing sucks. It's really not great. But the reason why the RCS sucks on this lander is because I had to remove a lot of it because of part count considerations. Right, let's get rid of the lander and let's Lunar Lander Mark III. 12, 4, 25. The year hasn't changed. Not yet, at least. All right, so here's what we have. I have a descent module. The descent module on this is my service module. It's the service module from the capsule. Now, with this, with what we have there, we have 1.5, basically 1.5 kilometers a second delta V. Let me just make sure that this has all the tanks and everything's fueled and nothing is weird. All right, cool. This has everything that I want. The descent module, believe it or not, for the first lunar mission worked really, really well. It worked fine. And obviously we're gonna have to load this down with all the right stuff, Tessa. Just reminded to do that. Yesterday, during a Minmus mission, the maneuverability of this thing got really not great. And once again, it's because it doesn't have a lot of RCS on it. The reason why it doesn't have a... See, like the RCS is all thrust limited because I ripped it directly off of the capsule and put it on here because I wanted to make this fast. Also, I want to see if we can get rid of the strut legs and replace that with at least a physicsless part or something, because sub-assembling this and moving it around and stuff is such a pain in the butt. We did also test yesterday with the capsule pushing this thing out to the surface, this docking port mechanism that we're using. This kind of IDSS thing that we have going on here is actually really good. Really, really precise docking with this, which is great. So we're going to keep that, and we're going to keep the descent module. It's the ascent module that sucks. The ascent module is not up to snuff here. We have 677 meters a second delta V. And if we go here and we look at the delta V map, hold on. I don't know why I made a new tab. It's right there. All right, so this kind of shows you how much change in velocity you need to land on different things. From here, we're really looking at this. From a 14-kilometer circular orbit down to the moon, you need 580 meters a second delta V, right? Now this thing has, it says 677, and I thought that would be enough, but if we have Kerbals in there and the equipment, that margin falls, it's way too close to be right, to be what I want. I need to redesign the ascent module to have more fuel, really. But the other thing here is that I want to mess with the descent module too. And the reason why I want to mess with the descent module so much is because I want to be able to move moon crane down to the surface. I want to be able to put my moon crane on the moon. The moon needs 580 meters a second delta V to land and take off. Now, the moon doesn't have any atmosphere either in Kerbal. In real life, yeah, it does. There's just trace amounts. But precession is really what's going to kill you more than atmosphere on the moon. But that's another story. See, Minmus is 180. So the way I see it is that if we can design this to work here, it'll absolutely be able to work on Minmus. That's no problem. In fact, if we can get 10 tons down to the lunar surface in Kerbal, there's not many things that we can't land moon crane on. We could land it on Ike. You could land it, obviously, you could land it on Gilly. You could land it on Pole. You could land it on Bop. Tylo might be a little bit of a struggle there. Fall, Lathe, but you can aero brake. Dress, we could land it there. Obviously, Minmus, we're not landing on Kerbin. Moho might be a little bit difficult. You need 870 meters a second delta V to land there? Huh. It looks like the MBTA map. Yeah. Kashmir, this is a delta V map. This basically is a subway map to show you how much... So these numbers measure how far... It's the range. All right, so think of this like if this was a map for cars, right? Like 3,400 miles to orbit, 930 to go, 860 to go to the moon, 310 to, yeah, you get the idea. But spacecraft range isn't measured in distance, though. It's measured in meters a second, or feet per second, if you're using Imperial. So this spacecraft range is measured in acceleration, or at least the change in velocity. So how you read this is you start on Kerbin, which is the Earth analog, and then you go from here, How much delta V does it take to get to a transfer to the moon? Or transfer to geostationary, or transfer to Minmus, which is a captured comet around the Earth-like planet. Moon is like our moon. From there, how much would you need to get to the sun? You need 67,000 meters a second to get to a circularized low solar orbit if your spacecraft doesn't melt. And then these are just all the other planets in KSP. Yeah, it does look like a subway map. That's the whole idea. It makes it easier to read. Where's BC? Well, you'd take the green line, so it's got to be over here. It's got to be over here around Joule. So, long story short, this delta V number for our ascent module is no good. So, first and foremost, we have to design this descent module to be able to get 10 tons down to the lunar surface. If you can get 10 tons down to the lunar surface, I'll be pretty happy. It needs to be able to land moon crane. So we might have to go redesigning the service module. So the first thing I'll do is redesign the descent module here. And we'll work around making the descent module. We'll work around the descent module being able to move 10 tons. And then we'll make our ascent module based off of that. So let me put this down, get it into position here. So the first thing I want to do is get rid of these triangulation struts. They don't really particularly do anything, and that makes the craft file harder to reintegrate onto something because these things just start breaking. I did redo them with lights. The next thing we're going to do is the decoupler for the ascent module. We don't necessarily need that. I think you should add a port on top of the descent module so you can integrate payloads on the surface. Bingo. So, what I will do is take the fairing. So, the descent module is made out of two fairings that are kind of backwards onto each other. That's to give it the outer shell that looks like a solid fairing. Let's take this here. Hang on, guys. I gotta put a blanket in front of the door.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It is really cold here. We've gotten polar vortex, Captain. Cold in the garage. All right. Back. Whoa, rockets. Yep. End of the green line just past Alston. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know. If you know, you know. How much delta V to get from North Station to South Station? A lot. There's a lot of traffic. Also, that needs to go out one tick. Actually, well, it doesn't need to just yet. We haven't made the ascent module, but any self-writing ideas for this one? Yeah, build a better control system so it doesn't tip over. Does that make sense? So, another thing to take into account just while we're here. Let's turn on interstage nodes. And Condor 9's fairing is 375. So I'm going to take one of these fairings, right? And I'm going to put it, I'll attach it to the root part. And we'll build the fairing. Just make it an open shape like that, and this should help us with figuring out our clearance. Yeah, trying to make a lander that self-rights, Wolfie. I don't like that type of engineering. Like you're not solving the right problem there in my mind. You know, building a lander that self-rights itself basically means you built the lander that tips over, and you're okay with that. Like, I don't want my lander to tip over, so how about we engineer one that doesn't tip over, right? No, it's cool. It's just messing with you. Right on. I figure I'd at least explain why there was a bit of savagery going on there. No, man, how about we just make it not tip? Huh? You know? But in case of the inevitable, well, if I implement a better control system, dude, I'm not tipping it over. Yeah. I've landed, dude, like, here's the thing. The EJ guidance system is quite good. I'm pretty damn... Did you see me, like, do some of these hops yesterday? Like, and all of the science hops that we've been doing, I'm pretty good at landing. Like, believe it or not, I think that the Minmus landing with crew last night was the only landing on Minmus or the moon in this save that I actually botched. Damn, it was. Like, I'm confident enough in my ability to be able to do this. All right. Yeah, like, I'm confident enough. Like, dude, but once again, I'm not trying to be like, well, I'm the best at this game. Bro, dude, I have like 20,000 hours in KSP. If I can't get that thing right, if I can't implement a control system to get this stupid thing to land straight up, that's my problem. That ain't your problem. That ain't nobody's problem but mine, you know? Like, all right, so now this thing needs to be able to move. Yeah, we gotta be able to move 10 tons. Oh, that's the other thing. You know what? I'm gonna take the fairing and we're gonna put the fairing in a spot where we can easily attach and detach the thing. If we need to get a good delta V reading. I don't want to keep enabling page notes. So now what I want to do is put 10 tons on this. So that tank right there, the Rockomax X216, is 9 tons on the dot. And what we'll do is overestimate, because overestimating always is a good idea. I usually like with something like this to take into account that you might have a crappy set, a 1.5 safety factor here in Delta V. That's what I did with the capsule in the service module, and that thing actually really came in handy, especially with that Minmus mission yesterday. If I didn't engineer the service module to be anemic, right? If we engineered it to, if I built like a 1-to-1 copy of Orion, we would have been screwed yesterday. The extra Delta V is really what got us home. So we have 9 tons, and I'm going to take 4.5 tons and put that on top of it. Yeah. So we have 13.5 tons up here. And I know that's not a 1.5 safety factor. It's close, though. In fact, if I could get a tank that's like 5 tons on the dot right there, that would actually be quite good. All right, cool. So I know no matter what, if we put 10 tons of anything on here, provided it's structurally sound, it will land on the moon. That is my primary stakeholder expectation here. And it has to fit into Condor's fairing, which is 3.75 meter right now. So I obviously have fold up legs. I want to give this thing a wide berth. I like that. I like giving it a wider berth because, yeah. We actually could give ourselves an even wider berth if we look into some prior lunar lander designs. So this is where I really want to check this out. But before we do that, how much Delta V do we have right now? 676. 580. This thing could do it, but 676 to 580 is cutting it a little bit close. You got to remember that we got to think about what we're doing when we get near the moon. The moon doesn't have really anywhere that's like completely flat, right? Minmus, obviously, there's the flats. They call them the flats for a reason because they are flat. On the moon, you don't necessarily have that. There's uneven terrain. There's rocks and stuff. Like, the real moon is like that. Neil Armstrong on Apollo 11 with Buzz Aldrin actually hopped the lunar rover. They didn't land. They kind of entered a hover for a second and then hopped and then found another spot. And
that is where you eat up delta V due to grav loss, especially when you're coming into land. I don't want 676 there. That number needs to be, well, I would prefer 1.5 safety factor on delta V here. So if I do 1.5 times the max payload volume and 1.5 times the delta V, right? So 676 times 1.5, right? That gives us 1 kilometer a second on the dot. I know that anything, I could put anything on this that's 10 tons, up to 10 tons, and I know it'll land no matter what, and it'll give me a little bit of extra margin, right? The other thing, right, is the other thing we got to take into account is that if this thing is a reusable descent module, it's got to go back up into space, right? It's got to go back up. So we might want to think about giving it more delta V than that. And Mike Durant on. Who's Mike Durant, Helfus? Refresh my memory. Now, let's just... Oh, the Black Hawk Down... Oh, man. Yeah, okay. So here, let's do some checking here. Say we have a picture perfect landing on the moon, and it takes us 580, and we basically just put this thing down straight centered, right? So 676 minus 580. Hold on. Okay, we got to make that number read 96, just out of curiosity. I'm just checking some things here. G6. All right, let's just say we're there. How much delta V does that give us then? Yeah, 320. Yeah, this thing is not even close to being a good reusable descent module. We're gonna have to modify it. And that means redesigning the fuel tanks a little bit, but that's no big deal. Because, like I said, if we're going to redesign the fuel tanks, we might as well, we're redesigning the RCS, might as well redesign the fuel tanks here. It would really ideally like it to maintain this same shape, because we did design the moon crane to be able to hop off of this thing. So it really, we're kind of constrained by height, and we're constrained by width. Oh, crap, we're constrained by width. Basically, we got to keep the same landing leg design. It's not that big of a deal, but... Yeah, don't forget to fix the ladder as well. Yep. All right. I want to design around landing on Duna rather than the moon. That affords you the option to use this lander for everything except basically Eve. Then we have to bring in aerodynamics into it, Tessa. I'd prefer to design a lander that's just dedicated for moon and Minmus operations, and it will have other applications, but not everything. Duna is a little bit different architecture. I would prefer to design a different type of landing system for a lander for Duna, or at least a modified version of this down the road that we could kind of move into. That would work on Duna, Lathe, Eve, because all those planets have atmospheres, right? If we design a lander, an reusable entry system around Eve, for instance, we know it's going to work on Duna, and you definitely know it's going to work on Lathe as well, right? This one is for low gravity, no atmosphere planets. So I think if we use the moon as a good rule of thumb, actually, you know what, dude? You gave me an idea. Yeah. I was going to say design it for whatever this number is. Design it for the planet that any celestial body that has the lowest atmospheric or no atmospheric
or the highest no atmospheric delta V. So Lathe has, you know, that rules out Lathe, that rules out Duna, Eve, ooh. That'd be Tylo. That'd be Tylo. Make it for Tylo. I do all but Tylo, so Moho and Vol. Yeah, Tylo is 2270 Delta V. Wow, I never realized that. Ooh. All right, so let's run some calculations. So 870 times 1.5 gives us 1.3 kilometers a second is what we would need. That would make it so we could do the moon. You could easily do Minmus. That would give us Moho, Ike, Pole, Bop, Vol, and Drez. And Gilly. Cool. Yeah, that's a good way to do this. So we need something that has 1.3 kilometers a second with 1.3 kilometers a second with 10 tons on top, and it also needs to... Oh, and it needs to be able to come back up. Tylo and Eve are basically one-off dedicated landers. Yep. Okay, so where my mind is going, guys, is that this lander is great, but if we're really going to make a lander to bridge out into the stars like this, we're going to need... Hey, Hinrez, are you ever going to revisit your tower catch project in the future, or is it done? Hinrez, the right way to say it is that no project is ever done unless I say it's done in KSP. Everything is on the table. I like really putting a good focus on one thing or another, for the time being. Like, for the time being, I want to mess around with career. But that doesn't mean we won't go maybe play a sandbox save, or even won't go back to mission mode or something. How cool would a mission mode save be with a catch tower? That would actually be... Dude, a catch tower would make mission mode operations amazing. Even if we were just catching, like, not even a super heavy, just a smaller booster. That would make it so much easier. Because recovery operations are a pain in the butt. I can see why Elon with SpaceX is like, yeah, we got a thing. And, you know, Peter Beck, we got a whole fleet of ships. And Peter Beck's like, I hate marine assets. Right? Like, I can definitely see why that's a big pain and like why they hate it. It's a lot of work to get your damn booster back. It's much easier if it just boosts back to the pad and lands and gets caught there, you know? So, no project is technically ever off the table. I do like switching it up, but I also like topical projects too. Like, I was working on a catch tower when they caught super heavy. You know, maybe we'll go back and just have a little side project. So, guys, my immediate thing here is that okay, so the first thing that pops into my mind, what would be a good way to say this? I want to build something like the Constellation program's Altier lander. Altier is a lander that's basically ticking all the boxes that we have right now for what we need for a bigger lander. The problem with this is that this needs Ares 5 to launch, and Altier is not a small piece of equipment by any means.
Damn, that would have been cool. The Kerbal Construction Time mod has a recover to VAB thing where it enters a craft inventory in the exact state you recovered it. I want to know your thoughts on that. That'd be pretty cool, Tyler, but in my mission mode save, I didn't even use that. In my mission mode saves, I actually dragged the damn boosters, and this is what I mean by recovery operations. I dragged the damn boosters back to the pad and put them back on the pad with cranes that we made. There's a reason why I like cranes so much, and there's a reason why I know so much about cranes when we look at Starbase or any pad construction, because I went on like a 6-month dive into building lifting mechanisms for rockets, like in KSP. I figured it out. It's not easy to do. I haven't watched all of the Tori Bruno Destin podcast, Flavia. I need to watch it. But see, Altair needs a much bigger rocket. Altair was supposed to launch on Ares 5. And this, I may be hinting too much as to what I want out of my space program down the road, but that's another story. In career mode, it needs to launch on that thing. That is a 10 meter core with 5-segment SRBs and a gigantic. It has a 10 meter fairing. The Kerbal equivalent to a 10 meter fairing would be a 6 meter fairing, roughly scaled. We can do that. It's doable. Next guest on the podcast, I want to be you. I'm not smart enough to have a conversation with Tori Bruno, man. Yeah. I would love to, though, if you wanted to. Yeah. Anyway. You should interview Tori Bruno while you're both on horseback. Dude, I know nothing about riding a horse. I'm from the city. What the hell do I know about horses? I'd make a fool of myself. Stop distracting me. I'm gonna try to do this. So, yeah, building that big of a lander, guys. This is where my mind's going. Let's look to see if we can get these numbers that we're looking for a lander. Let's see if we can get it. So, we need enough Delta V to be able to land on Mohor Vol, right? And then we need enough Delta V to have 870 on the way back. So it needs to be able to land like SSTO on Moho or Vol. And if we do that, landing on the moon would be nothing, right? But once again, that requires us to redo the fuel tank design here. So let's start experimenting with some numbers. Okay, let's take the batteries off, and I could probably figure out a better monopropellant. I have better monopropellant tanks this time around. I do kind of like this. This is much more realistic to how they would do it, but for now, we need to take those off. I only did that because I didn't have better tanks unlocked. So, what happens if we take this, right, and we double it like that? Let's just put it in 4x symmetry and double the damn thing. I'll just put these tanks off to the side here like that. And then let's put this back on here. Let's run the numbers. Not integral to the design, King. We'll just put a science package on the top, dude. So that gives us 1240 if we double the tank design up. That's actually not too bad. I should be able to... should afford to be able to move these down a little bit. Ah, flipping. Yeah, that's as low as they can go. Nah, Tessa, if I put a 2.5 tank in here, first of all, the FLT 200's pushed to the Rockomax tanks. There's no benefit to doing this other than part count. But also at the same time, if we did it, it would be Z fighting with the fairing. I don't want that. Yeah, we're gonna have to find another solution. Let's get rid of those. That's the same. That actually fits really well. And I know there is some tank clipping going on. My idea behind tank clipping is that I'm cool with clipping tanks is as long as you give the... like, see this space right here? That volume right there, don't put anything in it because it's exactly equivalent to the volume that they clip into each other. Figured that out with, you know, some quick maths one time. So I don't have problems clipping the tanks in like this because this volume right here, yeah. Like I said, we get a 2.5 meter tank, right, without the Z fighting. It's just, well, in this case, it's 4 more parts. But this is pretty much in line with what I want. But that does displace our mono propellant systems a little bit. So, I mean, we have space down here to mess with it if we need to. I'm gonna clip those up one. Nice. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I don't want to do drop tanks necessarily. That screws up the leg architecture as well. I don't want to do that. I wish those didn't clip like that. I like snapping everything to absolute. It keeps the design nice and clean. I wouldn't necessarily be worried about extending the top of this thing by 10 centimeters. I'm pretty sure Moon Crane has the clearance because we lengthened the legs to get off of it. I mean, we're going to have to test it, but this should be okay. What about optional drop tanks that are only included for, well, we could add provisions onto the sides here. Like, we could always make an attachable piece. That's not a big deal. If we want to. Clipping. I can't escape out of this. Oh, it was the ladder. Okay, let's just take that off. We gotta redo that anyway. It's like wondering, what the hell? Why am I having so much trouble with this? Vandenberg launch in 1 hour. Yep. ISRU drill and ore tank will be less mass than the fuel tanks to land an SSTO. The scope creep. No. Scope creep. Too much. Nah, Tyler, I think I got it. The ladder was just clipping a little bit. Okay, I know what I want to do here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, first thing I want to do is I'm going to edit the fairing so the fairing stripes are lined up. I'm going to leave a little bit of room. I'm going to have to make the lander just a little bit taller. And we just need to make sure that Moon Crane has the legs to be able to do that. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it can lift a good ways off. So, we're just going to have to lengthen this thing just a little bit. But because I have two fairings that are pointed, like, one's pointed this way, the other's pointed that way, and they're kind of butted up against each other to make the fairing shape look right, I'm gonna have to kind of refactor this a little bit to figure out where everything lives. We can get rid of the decoupler, and then just so we don't have a bajillion freaking nodes when I try to go to attach things, I'm gonna take small nose cones and I'm gonna attach them to the tanks, so yeah, we don't attach to the wrong thing by accident. So now, let me get I need a ruler. I need a ruler to basically mark how far I want this thing to go in each direction. KSP and the expansions are 70 to 75% off right now. Nice. Bad idea. Crane with common leg things on both ends, kind of like the Canadarm, except that it can walk on the lunar surface. I did experiment with that idea, Tyler. It does, yeah. I'm just not sure. I have I built an analog to the space station remote manipulator system. I'm just not exactly sure if it's strong enough to be able to do what I want. That's why I built a dedicated crane. Freaking love Duncan guy. What are you talking about? Okay, the back side of the strut is on the center line here, so let's just get that there like that, that there like that. And how far does it take to get to the fairing base from here? So okay, that's 3 ticks. Now it should take 3 to get to the back of the other fairing bays. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so I was making sure that the fairings are kind of equidistant from each other, and they are. Which means wherever we wherever we put this line here is where the center is. That center black line on the lander is going to be. So that's fine. Easy peasy. So we want this to encompass the tanks and then some. And I said I don't have a problem lengthening the vehicle front and back a little bit. So we got to make the service module just a smidge longer. And the cool thing is that later down the road, guys, if we want to, I could take the lander design here. We could take the descent module design and use that to make an even better service module for the capsule. See how I'm kind of just letting one design drive the other? That's really good. That's good engineering. Like, my descent module is derived from my service module, the service module for my capsule. The reason why is because it's easier. It's easy. If we had a real space program here, right? This would be simple. This wouldn't be too hard to make, right? You could have one line just making service modules, and then down the road you could fit it as a service module or fit it as a lander. And I make it a thing in career mode to make sure that all of my systems are using octos. Same avionics package. Boosters, landers, second stages, capsules, they all have the same avionics, so to speak. I'm doing that on purpose. Not because it's beneficial in KSP, it really doesn't matter. But if this was a real space program, like if we were a real space agency here, this would be pretty. You make one design kind of drive off the other, and it gets it's easier to have flexibility and adaptation, right? It's good, yeah. Good systems engineering. I love systems engineering. Spacecraft systems engineering is my favorite. You're letting one design drive the other, and they go back and forth. This is something I've learned, not from. I mean, Falcon does it to an extent, but. It's something I learned from Herr von Braun. Let one design drive the other and then go back and forth. Wait, this isn't a real space program? Yeah, sorry, man. So von Braun, they built the Saturn 1, right? And they made it out of, von Braun made it out of spare parts from the tooling from the factories from the Jupiter missile, Juno, and Redstone. This is just a bunch of missile fuel tanks kind of wrapped into a cluster, like what you do in KSP, right? And then they made an S4, the second stage on top of that, right? Then, if you notice, they went to the S4B, or the Saturn 1B right here. Why did they go to the Saturn 1B? It's because when they were developing the Saturn V, they thought they could originally use the S4. But the S4 didn't have the right delta V that they were looking for with the 6 RL10s that it was using. And instead opted for a single J2, much simpler than a 6-engine upper stage. They used the propulsion that was developed from the S2 on the S4 and made the S4B, right? And then they took the S4B and made a lighter variant of it and put that on top of a Saturn 1 and made the Saturn 1B. That's why it's called Saturn 1B. You see how it goes back and forth, and you let the design drive. Like the design drives your iteration, and one design can go back and forth off the other. That's a really important thing in spacecraft manufacturing, right? That's really important to understand. We're dialing in the rest of that architecture right now, Buxo. We'll get that crane up there soon. Imagine Saturn iteration into the 80s. Yep. See that? That's what made Von Braun so good. One design drove the other, and then you just slowly over time just keep upgrading everything. I'm doing that to an extent here. My descent module is derived from the service module from my capsule. And now we're in a scenario where I would prefer to have a better descent module. We make a better descent module that's based entirely off of this same design, and off of the service module's architecture. It's the same backwards double fairing with FLT 400 tanks in it. Later down the road, if we need to, we can take this thing and remodify it back into a service module. And if we do that, then our capsule has a better service module in it now too. It's a little bit longer, but it's a better service module. Like, you let one design drive the other, and you can go back and forth. Now, like I said, if this was a real space program and we had to deal with manufacturing constraints, it would be easy to have an assembly line, so to speak, of rockets that make descent modules or service modules. Same thing. You just make one or the other. Just add landing legs to one, you add solar panels to the other. Call it a day. That's an important thing to understand with systems engineering, especially when it comes to rockets. You can kind of bounce back and forth. It's a really good hallmark. It's a hallmark of really good systems engineering. And it's not just the rockets with the Saturn family of rockets either. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's not just it's not just the rockets, the umbilicals, and the launch system, the launch GSE was the same exact idea. Check this out. Now, Saturn 1 didn't originally fly from Complex 39. Saturn 1 started at LC-34 and then moved to Space Launch Complex 37. And then in the later parts of the Apollo program, they adapted Saturn 1 to be able to use the VAB and the crawlerway. They did that by putting a launch pad where the S1C would be, and then having the Saturn 1, right, the S1B, that would be where the S2 is on the Saturn V design, and then the S4B, which is the same between Saturn 1B and Saturn V, in the exact same spot, so all the umbilicals line up. That makes it so minimal modifications to the launch tower. You just take a Saturn 1B pedestal and put it on a stool, and then boom, you have all minor modifications to the mobile launcher. Now you have a launch complex that can launch 2 different types of rockets. See what I'm saying? Von Braun, dude. Very smart. Guy wrote the book on systems engineering and spaceflight applications. He's freaking genius. Like, and believe me, I'm very careful about giving the type of credit, given that dude's past, but also at the same time, dude, this is brilliant. Like, so smart and so well thought out. I try to teach you guys this when we build in Kerbal. There's a reason why I design these things in a certain way. Do the turbopumps run at 100% duty cycle, or the engine computers keeping the flow under the max capability, say 85 to 90, or is it sort of a max sustainable flow rate? Hellfish, I'll answer your question with a question, which I know people don't usually like. If you had a supercharged big block Chevy, right, and you wanted it to run at 1,000 horsepower reliably, like super reliably, right? What would you do? You'd build an engine that makes 1,500 horsepower and breaks when you try to make 1,500 horse. That way, you detune it, run it at 1,000 horsepower. It'll make 1,000 horsepower all day. You never have to worry about it breaking, right? They do that with rocket engines all the time. Yeah, all the time. That Raptor footage that SpaceX showed yesterday, the 6 minute, 40-second burn of that Raptor engine, I guarantee you it's conservatively tuned to favor reuse so you don't wear out the liner inside of the nozzle, amongst other things. Yeah, they were running a very conservative mixture with Raptor in that Raptor 3 yesterday, from what I can tell by looking at it. When learning valve bodies in transmission with modified motors, where the RPMs go up fast, you must drill the choke point to clutch pack. The choke point to clutch pack applied to apply bigger. Yeah, exactly. If you're building out the transmission, Petrie, it's got to be. Transmission got to be built for applications. You have a car, you have a project car that's making 500 horsepower. You build the transmission to take 600 horsepower, and then you never have to worry about your transmission getting shot out the bottom of the vehicle, right? They do that with rocket engines all the time. Oh yeah. How do you think they were just able to squeeze so much extra power? SpaceX was able to squeeze so much extra power out of Falcon 9. Falcon 9 had trouble doing drone ship landings, then all of a sudden it can just do drone ship landings like that, no problem. It's because the Merlin 1D, Tom Mueller engineered that with a little bit of wiggle room, so you could dial it in over time and really get a good tune with that thing. And those things are dialed in. They're really good. I asked because car injectors close while rocket engine injectors don't. So then it would be the latter in your statement. You always design around whatever's, yeah. It's a little more complicated than the car engine. The reason why is it's what is it? Diabatic compression versus adiabatic compression. Oh God, I have to go back to I have to go back and read more thermo. But yeah, the latter part of what you said is how it is. Anyway. All right, cool. So with that being said, Brock's with an 83-month resub, and Major Who with an 18er. Peccadillo had a 45-monther in there too, but that was right when I started the stream. All right, so check this out. I'm diabetic. Don't touch me, I'm diabetic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Groovy. So we take our rear fairing, right? Edit that fairing to go to the back of the strut here. There we go. Now this bad boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Now we take that fairing, edit it. So each section of this is a meter long now. So the body of the lander is 2 meters. We might want to go to 2.2 meters just because I want to leave some space. Let's clip this thing back into position. Yeah, see, it's clipping the tanks. I don't want that. So we'll go 1100 mil in either direction. So we need to move that back 1. Right. And then we need to move this forward 2. Fun fact, if you have absolute and snap on, or even local snap, if you're using the gizmos in KSP and you have toggle snap, it moves in a 10 centimeter increment. So if we move 10 clicks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., that's 1 meter. 3.3 feet for people that use Lunar units. All right, so we need to measure one off there. Cool. All right, now let's just redo these fairings a little bit. What's the trick to get stuff to snap to grid? What do you mean? In what context? Because if you're just asking generally, what's the trick to getting stuff to snap to grid? Just toggle snap. All right, Muffin, I think I understand what you're talking about. Give me 1 sec here. I got to go into Paint to kind of explain object orientation. So, if I have a rocket, this is from a front view. Say this is isometric front. So, this would be like looking at it from this angle, right? Note that my legs are at 45 degrees, right? If we went and placed a part like this, and say I wanted 4x symmetry, and I wanted to make sure that this was a meter. Actually, let's say I wanted this to be 2 meters off the dead center line of this. So this needs to be 2 meters off of the center axis of the vehicle, right? The center long axis, right? The center long axis obviously is in the center of the circle, right? So you have your part, right? And you place this here, right? You place that here, you place that here, you place that here. You could sit here trying to mess around with the part with local orientation, which means your gizmo is going to basically work off of the orientation of the object. The orientation of the object is obviously 45 degrees tilted, so the local grid for incremental movement would look like this. And then the long axis here would be Z, right? That's not going to work. Right, so it'll move like that, but that doesn't get you your distance to center line for the specifications that you're, because, I mean, you could sit here and try to move this on the local axis to try and get it centered, but no. You know, that's not how I do things, okay? Watch. Remember, we're calling these, just say hypothetically, we want these cubic octags to be 2 meters off the center line of the vehicle. What I would do is rotate this thing 45 degrees, rotate the entire rocket 45 degrees, right? And you align with the world grid. So remember, this is our front isometric view. X and Y are like this. Oh, sorry. X and Y are like this now, right? If we tried to orient an object right here and then tried to move it to the center, you're moving on a diagonal. There's no way to do that in KSP. I can't type in numbers for coordinates here, but here's the trick. If I rotate the entire object 45 degrees, right? So I say I wanted the leg here, and then I rotated the whole thing, and now we place here. Now, your object placement is lined up with your world grid. So what you do now, absolute, right? And then obviously move these things, just quickly gizmo all this stuff into the center, right? So they're all clipping symmetrically. And now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now I know for a fact that that's 2 meters off the center line, right? I know for a fact. Then you can take the rocket or whatever and you move that back into position. And now here's the cool part. If I select local orientation, because when I when I attached this piece, I moved it on an increment on the absolute grid. Watch this. We take these things, move them back to the center line. They'll clip exactly the same. Boop. See what I'm talking about? Now, don't get me wrong. That'll happen if you just placed it and then you moved it into position, but it won't be perfectly symmetrical. Let me show you. So let's just take these pieces here and just move them into position where they're clipping into each other in the center. Right, that's pretty close. I mean, honestly, with my luck, it's probably going to work with this part like perfectly. Nope. See the difference? This is perfectly aligned. That is not. That's not centered. It looks like it's centered, but it's not. See, that one looks like a perfect cube. That one does not. That's the trick. Orient whatever part you're trying to orient on your rocket. If you want it to be perfect, rotate the entire rocket to be plumb to whatever the part you're attaching to be plumb with gravity, or in this case, your world axis orientation, which is, you know, Y, X, and Z. That's my secret to doing that. That's how I get everything perfect. It lines up perfectly. But does that make sense? See the difference here, dude? Like when you place it and it does that mirror adjustment when you first click on the gizmos, seems like you can make that happen on demand. Like when you place it and it does that minor adjustment. Yeah, snapping to the world or snapping to world grid. I snap everything to the world grid nowadays. Everything on my vehicles is using perfectly round numbers as best as I can. So like the shell is 1100 mil in either direction with each fairing, and it is perfect. This fairing is 2.5 meter diameter. It's perfect because I measured it. I know that these two fairing pieces are basically the exact same piece. Because I mean, I use the rulers to see my increments. I'm using that to see the grid, so to speak. Hey, Sebi, what's up? Was that a 112-month resub, dude? Nice. Does that make more sense, Muffin? You get them to tick into place. I attach everything in the same exact way. Now, once again, plumb with gravity, so to speak, right? Fun fact, real rockets do this. This is how you attach components on the real rocket, because it's easier when you try and attach something when you just have to lift it up instead of having to lift it up and attach it sideways. This is how SpaceX installs the legs on Falcon 9. They don't try to put the legs on the sides like this while the thing is horizontal. They just rotate the booster, right? You rotate it into position, you attach the leg plumb with gravity, rotate it out of position, attach the next one, rotate it again, attach the next one, rotate it again, and attach the next one. I build them like real rockets. Seriously, this is how they do it. That's how it's done. I'll stick to Counter-Strike. Oh, you'd stick to Counter-Strike? Yeah, this isn't for everybody, dude. I do like myself some Counter-Strike. And Battlefield. Kind of got a little bit of a Battlefield addiction going. Sorry about that. If it's hampering space content, believe me, I know. I will fix it. But that's how I get everything to line up, dude. Good therapy, though. Absolutely. Now, just because I don't want craft filing. There we go. All right. So now I used my rulers to know exactly that this fairing shell is perfectly symmetrical on either side. And once again, if anybody's getting confused, these are two different fairings, right? I have two fairings that basically look like a giant bowl, and I have them facing different directions attached to each other. And if you measure everything right with the two shells of the fairing, and you clip them back to back like this, it looks like a fairing with no fairing plate. The fairing plates are buried inside of the fuel tanks. But the other thing is that this follows real life service module architecture. This is how most service modules are made. If you look at the Apollo, if we look at a diagram of the SM, it's made that exact same way. In fact, the SM is made actually much more like a thrust structure for a rocket, believe it or not. It looks like the engine section for Falcon 9, if you really want to look at the dang thing. The reason why is they compartmentalized the bulkheads on this. it's basically an aluminum structure that looks like if you looked at the service module from once again, we're looking at it from the front isometric view, right? It looks like that. Well, it's not exactly this. It's got a circle in the center. It's got like an open structure in the center, and it looks like this. That's 8 slices, you idiot. No, that's right. So see, you have different compartments here. So there would be a fuel tank here, fuel tank here, fuel tank here, fuel tank here. This is an NTO tank right here, and this is an NTO tank right here. This is MMH, hydrazine, right here, and this one right here is MMH. Now, what about the sides? Oxygen tanks. You're at the O2 tanks, so you need those so you don't die. They're in here. And then over here you have, I believe they're using hydrogen and oxygen, but this is a really smart design. You know why it's a smart design? Because if one of the tanks explodes, it blows outwards. Like, oh, I don't know, if you stir your oxygen tanks when the Teflon seal is cracked and inadvertently introduce heat into an oxidizer tank and overpressurize it, and it blows up in mid-flight. Smart. Yeah, it's been tested. Oh yeah, they tested that. Pretty smart, right? You also need a pressurization tank for the propellants. Yes. If I'm remembering correctly, Rocky, you know what, dude? I was about to say I think they're here. Your pressurant tanks are here and here, but we'd have to go look. I know that they swapped NTO and MMH tanks. Like, you don't want to put your NTO on one side and your MMH on the other side because differential fuel storage density, right? Because hypergolic propellants. If you alternate them on either side like this, then you get a nice balance. Your center of mass is right in the center of the vehicle, right? And you have symmetrical prop drain. Once again, genius. Really, really frigging smart. That's really good stuff. It's a really, really well-engineered spacecraft. Now, the funny thing is that Orion's ESM does the same thing. The European Service Module is doing something very similar to that. I don't believe they have bulkheads in that design, but who knows? And now, in case anybody's wondering, right? Well, what goes in the center part here then? The engine. If we were looking at the service module, right, from like a side view, right, and you had, your bulkheads, right, and it goes down, the center bulkhead goes down to here, right? If you guys notice, the CSM has the huge nozzle coming out the back. That's the big nozzle version of an AJ-10, right? It's not just the nozzle. There's parts to the rocket motor, and those parts of the rocket motor are in the center of the CSM. And actually, Rocky, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that's where the helium tanks are. But I'd have to go look, dude. We'd have to go check it. Was the reference image before to scale? Yeah, that's about right. The fun fact, though, what this actually allowed you to do is because you have individualized bulkheads. Believe it or not, one of the bulkheads has extra space in it, and they used it as a cargo rack. Yeah, the CSM had a trunk, just like Dragon, but not the same exact shape. It's one of the bulkheads. It's one of the empty bulkheads on the side. Yeah, it has they actually put, fun fact, they put a lunar observation package in one of them on Apollo 15, I think. They put science equipment in it. Like I said, really, really freaking smart, dude. This is such a good design. It's actually crazy how well made this thing is for what it is. No toilet though. Sorry, didn't have the mass for that. Poop in a bag. It's true. The one where they had to do the deep space EVA. That's right. The deep space EVA, the guy got out of the EVA'd out of the capsule and got the film from the camera because they had a space telescope basically built into the side of the CSM on, yeah, that was part of the Apollo applications program. I think that flew on 15, but I'm not sure. Once again, really great design. But well, also, I make my stuff in the same manner. I'm not making bulkheads. It's kind of abstracted, but that's the idea. I try to build spacecraft somewhat plausibly realistic to their real life counterparts. It's kind of a little bit difficult because I can't change fuel pressures. We have liquid fuel, an oxidizer, and monopropellant, and that's it. You know, so it's kind of tough to get it exactly right, but this is close. Like I said, see, mine's following the CSM architecture and the ESM architecture. That's how service modules are made. A little bit of a convergent design, but you get the idea. Rocky, now I'm really wondering, where's the... Yeah, see? The pressurant right there. There it is, dude. 2 helium tanks are on top of the motor. God, dang, this design is smart. Helium tanks are centralized, so you have one helium tank up top for NTO and another one for MMH. Man, this design's good, dude. Like, this is so well thought out. I can't believe they cooked this thing up out of nowhere, dude. I mean, seriously. Going from the Gemini capsule to that is like going from a Lada to a Rolls Royce. Like, this is a completely different ball game. It's super cool, actually. All right, anyway, back to our design. So, now, it looks like my engine is attached. What the hell is the engine attached to? The fairing? Okay, the engine is attached to the back fairing. Okay. AJ, after Apollo 13, what changes did they make to 14, 15, 16 that went so well? T-Man, what happened with Apollo 13 is not far off from what we saw with Ship 36 or, I mean, Booster 18, so to speak. Or even that, if you, T-Man, you've seen the Delta II launch that I've shown many times where the thing blows up. Like right after liftoff, and then it rains fire and brimstone down. With Apollo 13, they figured out that the crack in the Teflon seals were because someone dropped the damn tank. Oops. It was mishandling. So, it wasn't necessarily like a design flaw so much as a processing flow problem, meaning don't drop the stupid thing. That's okay. If anybody here is younger and wants to work in the spaceflight industry, particularly on the technician side of things, don't drop things. Okay, fair? Don't drop things. That's just a general PSA. Don't drop it. If you drop it, don't use it. It's probably broken. Yeah, spaceflight stuff is very delicate. COPVs, very delicate. You make one little microscopic crack on the outside of a COPV, it's junk. Wasn't that tank supposed to be used on Apollo 11, or am I misremembering? I don't remember. But if you do drop it, please say something. Yes, exactly. If you drop it, say, look, I dropped this tank. I'm sorry. I got to figure out a better processing flow. Don't use that one. Believe me, your boss will thank you despite you breaking the tank. Because usually, like, especially if like it's human spaceflight, you're going to get somebody killed. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Bad idea. General PSA. I mean, Rocky, Jock, you guys know. Heck, we're at the point where a lot of you guys know more about this than I do. But my goal here is to, there's younger folks watching. You know, we got plenty of industry experts here. People that work out for different companies. You know, they're not telling which ones, but you guys know. Trying to teach people how this stuff really works, you know? Don't drop it. Don't drop it. All right. So my RCS design, I don't like it. I'm gonna redo it, and it will be derived from the SM again. But yeah, let's have this thing find its home again. There we go. And because we lengthened this thing a little bit, let's put that there. Sorry guys, I got a nasty headache. Played Battlefield 2 late last night. I had to get up super early to drive into the city. I'm gonna go get some water. I gotta take some Advil. Pickles here. Okay. Wait. Oh crap! I forgot to bring my water back. All right. Here we go. Man, it's cold in the shop today. You have a migraine too, dude? It's the cold. The cold is just like it messed up everything here because it's so damn dry. Shop class, but for rockets. Yes, exactly, Space Ghost. Yeah, that's it. Wasn't the Teflon crack more than drop? Well, dropping is what caused it initially, if my memory is serving me right. And then they did testing with it. The testing exacerbated the crack, but it didn't show up, and it didn't show up. And by the time they put it in the spacecraft, then it popped. Yeah, that might be it, Uncle X. Long story short, like, don't drop things. It can create a cascading failure. But because of that bulkhead design in the lander, it didn't blow up the entire thing. Because if that explosion popped the NTO tank, that would have been game over. Dead. That bulkhead design, Jim Lovell, Jack Swigert, and Fred Hayes are lived. Well, Fred Hayes is still alive, but well, they came back in one piece because of that bulkhead. It was a good design. Falcon 9's engine section is built like that. It's all the engines are segmented. They're inside of their own bulkhead, so if you lose one, if it blows up, you won't lose the other ones. All right. Anyway. So the engine is back in place. Just like I said, general rule of thumb, don't drop don't drop stuff. Like, especially rockets, like, don't do that. All right, so we can get rid of the rulers here. Muffin, you still out there, dude? Did I answer your question sufficiently? you see one of those podcast dorks that brought Charlie Duke on and grilled him about moon landing conspiracies? Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, I saw that. What do you think of the Sukhoi-3 rocket? Had a little bit of trouble with landing, but overall, they did pretty good. If you have reusable rocket and your first attempt gets it to the landing burn, you did pretty good. That's actually super cool, Hellfish. Neat. Oh yeah, I saw that Tim got pissed, dude. He was like, "No, this is bullcrap. Get me on there. I'll answer all these questions. You guys suck." Like, I was thinking about posting in that thread and be like, "Yo, I'll get in there too with you, pal. Let's go. Show these these fudgers what's up." Fudgers. Okay. Yeah, that's I think the guy on there is like, the guy's name is like Bart Siegel or something. I believe that's the guy that Buzz Aldrin punched in the face. I'm pretty sure it's the same dude, but I don't know. I don't care. I don't let those people take up headspace in my mind. Any tips on making an Eve lander? Make it strong, Ewok. Eve is a very unforgiving planet. Make it like, well, however much thrust to weight you think it needs, double it just to be sure. Bart Sebro? I don't know the dude's name. I don't care. I don't care. I don't let those people occupy my headspace. Like, guys, I know this is okay. This is gonna sound real stupid coming from me, considering I'm self-taught, right? But hear me out. Look, I teach basics about rocketry. I'm not an expert. I'm not an aerospace engineer, all right? I do make comments about architecture and stuff, but I try to stick with what I know. You know what I mean? And that's important to understand here, because there's people out there that don't do that. Like that moon landing denier person. Like, who are you to say whether we did or didn't do it? What do you know about aerospace engineering? You know dick. You know dick about it. You know nothing about it. You know what I mean? Like, with me, I make no delusion. I'm not an engineer. I enjoy engineering, but you don't see me going and trying to make a rocket, right? You know? Bob Seeger, I'm pretty sure he's not a moon landing denier. Yeah. You know? And if I'm going to weigh in on a topic, I'm going to be at least pretty damn well researched in it. You know what I mean? But I don't think that starting out with a hypothesis and trying to prove hypothesis is, that's not being very scientific, to be honest with you. It's about, you don't try to prove your conclusion. You come to a conclusion based off of trial and error. Like, if you take the scientific method, these people don't follow it. They have a confirmational bias. They think this, and then they try to search for stuff to prove it. That's not being scientific. That's being intellectually stupid. Like, that's not how this works. If you don't have an open mind with this, it's an immediate red flag to, you know, your credibility. You know? Like, yeah, it's just important to understand that. Long story short, you know, in this day and age, I know it's like you don't gatekeep things. Like, we shouldn't gatekeep, you know, no. Engineering needs to be gatekept. It needs to be. Because look, I'm not an engineer. If I went to try to build a rocket, I'd probably blow myself up. Unless I had somebody with me that really knew what they were doing. And I know a lot about rockets. I still don't try to do this. So I don't weigh in on whether, you know, people that really do this stuff and know way more than me about this, I don't try to weigh in on, you know, like whether we did or didn't do it, you know? With my current knowledge and understanding of this, I'm pretty sure we went to the moon. It's not as complicated as you might think. It's complicated to do, but in theory, it's pretty straightforward stuff. Just go over there. You know, like, It's amazing to me, these people out there that are skeptical, like, yeah, who are you to talk about it, man? You don't know nothing. Like, what do you know? Where's your aerospace engineering degree? You know? Like, do you even know what delta V is? Do you know what thrust to weight ratio is? Do you know what specific impulse is? Do you know what mass flow rate is? If you don't understand those things, right? If you don't understand those things, who are you to say we didn't go to the moon? You know what I mean? I understand those things. And if you understand what those things are, it's pretty straightforward. I think that would be smart, especially to reach those who would need that to push to start Discovery. I think it would be smart to grow your business with a couple of interviews. I know you won't, but still, yeah. Yeah. Like, what does that guy know about space? He knows nothing. He just, like, half the people that are, oh, I'm a skeptical free thinker. All those people do is sit around on social media and read. And then they go cherry picking NASA papers to try and prove their conclusions. That's the opposite of science. That's the opposite of science. That is the opposite of how you should go about thinking about this problem. Right there shows me that you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even know the scientific method. And the funny thing is people are like, well, I'm a free thinker. I believe in skepticism. Yeah, okay. You're trying to prove a conclusion. You're like, that's not being scientific at all. It's really funny to me, dude. Like, these people are they got their head so far up their tailpipe, dude. They don't even see that. They can't even see that. That's really funny to me. I don't know. It's just, all right. They're succeeding by getting you to react to them. That's why I don't pay it any mind. I don't let these people occupy my headspace. SpaceX is live for a Starlink mission. Cool. All right, so I got to build out the top part of this and integration pieces, but we have made some pretty good progress here. Let's just pause quickly for station identification. This is the Eric Johnson Space Administration Twitch and YouTube stream. No, let's get some Starlink action in here. SpaceX is online. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, you guys are pretty good, but you guys are no Next Spaceflight app. The Next Spaceflight app pings on my phone when a launch is about to happen. Really useful, actually. Ads? Yeah, let's run ads, guys. I run ads on Twitch, on the Twitch side of things. I force the ads right now, so you don't have to see one during the launch. So, pop that through. No way, you just came full circle and plugged. Yeah, I did. But I like the Next Spaceflight app because I use it, not because I need to plug it. It's super useful, man. Where do you think I can get all this great information about this Starlink launch? Like how it's the 156th mission of the year for Falcon 9. SpaceX's 161st mission of the year and the 574th overall Falcon 9 mission. And how it's booster 1097 on its 4th flight, landing on the drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. The weather's looking good out in California today. It actually looks kind of cold. Huh. Yeah, Shadow Mask, exactly. Like, that's always my go-to with the skeptic. Like, you know, you think you're talking about, you think you know what you're talking about. All right, what's delta V? Tell me what that is. What's the delta V equation derived from? Do you know what a logarithmic function is? Like, dude, this is the basics of the basics. If they can't explain that to you, they're full of crap, dude. Like, once again, and like I said, it sounds so stupid coming from me, but dude, this stuff absolutely should be gatekeep. Like, not everybody has the brains for this stuff, dude. It is complicated stuff, and I always make that very clear. You know, I make rockets in a video game where most of the hard stuff is abstracted for you or done for you. You know what I mean? That's why we stick to systems engineering. It's been cold. It gets down to 50 at night. 50? Oofta. So I was 3 minutes behind. Ah, it's good, man. We good. Trying to convince my mom the 3i Atlas isn't an alien spaceship is a Sisyphean task. The comet, man.
Box load complete.
Comet, like comet. Yeah, Buck, so that's the, yeah, it was cherry-picked information. The guy said Apollo would need to refuel. Apollo would need to refuel if it's doing Earth orbit rendezvous. That's why they made the Saturn V. He cherry-picked a little bit of the logic processing from, you know, the systems engineering required to get Saturn V done per stakeholder expectations to get it to the moon by 1970, right? And cherry-picked one small bit of the process and said, oh, there you go. Gotcha. It's like, brother. You don't understand systems engineering. You don't understand iterative design process. You don't understand like processing milestones. Like 3 big red flags right off the bat, dude. Hey, look, Condor 9. Yeah, right. Who are we talking about? Nobody, Cat. Nobody. There was a podcast with a
Stage 2 lock
moon landing denier, dude. Like, it's so funny. These people sound like, oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Literally does not understand systems engineering. It's quite funny to me, actually. Yeah.
Ground gas closeouts.
So the trajectory for this is flying southeast, Cibex, provided the sun is still east of Southern California, which it should be right now. It's 3:41. The sun might be up. The sun might abstract it, but if it, yeah, you might be able to see it, dude. It's gonna fly closer over the Channel Islands here. It should fly pretty close to the LA basin. You should see it.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
You didn't understand even basic orbital mechanics. Yeah, exactly, dude. If one of these people can't explain time of perigee passage to you, that or true anomaly, I don't know what to tell you.
For launch.
You probably are not qualified to talk about how we got there. Fingers crossed it's been a minute. Ah, Sibek, she's Falcon 9, man. No fingers crossed. She's gonna go. And now that I said something, watch. 30 seconds.
T-minus 3 seconds.
So, quick break here, then we'll get back to working on the lander.
T-minus 15 seconds.
10.
T-minus 10. 9. 8.
Pad deluge
7,
system is on.
6.
Sound
5,
suppression water system
4,
activated.
3. 2.
9 engine ignition.
1. Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
All right.
M1D chamber pressures are nominal.
Okay, this is Starlink 11-25. Clearing the pad, moving 28 Starlink V2 minis into low Earth orbit. Oh, come on, bring that camera back. Yeah. Vehicles executing the roll program and then the pitch over maneuver. SpaceX calls that the pitch kick. This is not Vandenberg. Don't worry. It is Vandenberg. The fog is just being lazy right now.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
This is not my beautiful pad. This is not my foggy Lompoc. Sorry. Yeah, so nice of SpaceX to validate Condor 9's design in real life. Yeah, I know, dude. They're doing me a huge solid.
Max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure indicates peak aerodynamic load in front of the vehicle.
I'm back, chill.
Okay, second stage engine thermal conditioning and priming has begun. In about, give or take about 30 seconds, we should see the 9 engines in the first stage shut off and the second stage get ejected out the top, and the single engine, which they just primed, will ignite. I think you said Falcon rolls with the gas generator. No. No, not at all. Falcon has 9 engines. The E1 and the E9 engine do this. See, you have 3. The 3 engines, they do... I can't make my fingers do it. They do that to move around. And then the center one controls pitch. That's the
Main
E9
engine cut
engine.
off.
There's
Base
9
separation
engine
confirmed.
shutdown. Separation. And Merlin vacuum ignition.
I'm back, startup.
Okay, good ignition. Falcon 9 first stage will coast here for a little bit. Got a beautiful shot of Southern California on the right here. Okay. Bearing separation.
Bearing separation confirmed.
Good. Starlink lights are on. There's the fairings. The fairings will re-enter, and
All
they will
vehicles are on nominal
they will
trajectories.
parachute down and land in the ocean, and SpaceX will go fish them out. They reuse the fairings too. Second stage is the only thing that gets expended with this thing. That looks like Santa Barbara right there. Yeah, yep, Santa Barbara, and then Los Angeles should be like right here. Well, Santa Monica's right here. Los Angeles is there, and Long Beach is over there. That's Oxnard. Santa Barbara's behind the comb. Yeah. You guys probably know better than me. I don't live here. You know? I heard that SpaceX can release a new version of their software even just 8 minutes before launch. Oh, yeah. Software side of things of this company are crazy, man. Yep, these are Channel Islands. It's a freaking Catalina wine mixer. There is Santa Monica, Palos Verdes, Long Beach. Los Angeles is over here. There's Beverly Hills. Nice. That's Port of Long Beach right there. Huntington Beach is right here. Manhattan Beach is right there. Good stuff. Great view today. Really, Badger? That's cool. Call them Smoldering Hills now. Yeah. EJ, check DMs. Bro, in the middle of a launch, you're interrupting my beautiful Falcon views. What are you doing? Those look great, man. Yeah, nice. Cool.
Stage 1 FTS has safed.
Stage
Look
1,
at that,
entry burn
dude.
startup.
You see all the way down to Coronado. That's San Diego right there. That's Tijuana right there. And this is the Baja Peninsula. Baja California Peninsula. This is all Mexico from basically here down. Oh! Supersonic retro propulsion. Best part of my day. Best part of my day.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
There it is. That's the entry burn for Falcon 9, protecting it from re-entry heating. They use the exhaust gases from the engine to slow it down and make sure the first stage doesn't burn up. Sorry, this just view of like the entire western seaboard of North America is like pretty damn cool, dude. You can see all the way up to San Francisco out there, which is that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Nice, Graham. That's cool.
Stage 2 FTS has safed.
How neat is that? All right.
Stage 1, transonic.
Okay, first stage, start the landing burn here. We should see the drone ship under the left grid fin, but it looks like it's a little cloudy out in the Pacific today. Ah, I'm jealous, Shano. There's the drone ship. Over there. Should get a landing burn right now. I said right now.
Stage 2, terminal guidance.
I said right meow. Meow?
Stage 1, landing burn.
No buts, meow. Gotta land. Not so funny, meow, is it? Meow. New camera on the drone
Stage
ship
1,
here.
landing leg deploy.
You got a nice 3/4 view over the drone ship. Oh, this should look awesome. Oh, very nice. Yep.
Stage 1, landing confirmed.
Don't hate that. don't hate that. That's pretty good. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That was a new camera, dude. I haven't seen that one before. We should be getting 27,300 at 138. Yeah, good. Should get a call for nominal orbit insertion. Right, meow.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Meow. Perfect. Sweet. Starlink 11-25 launching out of Vandenberg. Another successful Falcon 9 mission. Once again, that was the 156th Falcon 9 launch this year. 156 Falcon 9s this year. That's more than the Space Shuttle program in its entirety, including the approach and landing system test flights. Just this year. Yeah, that's a lot of launches, man. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's get back to KSP. How many flights, meow? 156. When people have drank the Kool-Aid like what we were talking about earlier, they don't want to hear what you're trying to tell them. They hear you saying it wrong. Get emotional about it, even if they can hide it well, go try to double down in their position. Yeah, and Aqualux, exactly. That's fundamentally, dude, that's at odds with the scientific method in my mind. So it's really easy to spot people that are opinionated like that know dick about science and engineering. Yeah, it's pretty funny to spot. I don't think they realize how obvious it is, you know? Why do you say meow? Am I saying meow? What do you mean? Meow, do I look like a cat to you, boy? You ever see me running around all nibbly-bibbly from tree to tree? Or do you see me drinking milk from a saucer? Or do you see me eating mice? You stop laughing, right, meow? What booster was used? That was 1075. Or 1097. 1075 flew the other day. 1097 on its fourth flight, but it was an 18-day turnaround. 1090. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up 1 second. Hold up. 1097 has flown. Well, this is next space flight has to update. It flew Starlink 17-8 on September 7th or September 2nd. That was its first flight. And then October 3rd was its second flight, 11-39. November 17th, Sentinel 6B was its third flight, and then today, December 4th, was its... Dude, that thing flew 2 weeks ago. 18-day turnaround. It's flown 4 times since its first flight in September. You know what's bananas to me, dudes? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I know why. I know why it had a quick turnaround. It's usually about 30 days for Falcons. And believe it or not, that's not because they need to refurbish the booster. They do need to do some checkups and stuff. But the reason why is this Sentinel 6B was an RTLS. That was a return to launch site. So that landed at landing zone forward. So it didn't need to land out on the barge, and the barge didn't need to go all the way back to Long Beach, right? About 15 days of the, if you have 45-day turnaround before that. That's why. Okay, it came back on the drone ship, dudes. But you know what's actually nuts about that? That shows that, dude, we're at a point where Falcon 9 could probably just launch the same booster like once a week, or at least they're close to it. The bottleneck in turning around. Think about this for a second. The bottleneck in turning in getting Falcon 9s to fly more times a year isn't even the rocket anymore. It's the damn barge. It's the drone ships. Because it takes forever for the drone ships to freaking get back. Can It's not even Falcon 9. I'll bet you they could turn one of these around in a week. The technology's finally caught up with the visions we had generations ago. Yeah, just got to do that with second stages in Mana. But yeah. Can you believe that? Build an airship to pick it up off the barge? I mean, Jim, that would be cool. I'm not going to say we don't want that, but maybe just building another drone ship might be a better idea. You could solve this problem by having just a train of drone ships just going around. Like what they do at the Cape. One goes out, the other comes back in, the other one goes out. There's 2 drone ships out on the Cape. I'm almost convinced that having just Of Course I Still Love You on the West Coast is inhibiting West Coast launch cadence. Seriously, the barges are the bottleneck. Can you believe that? That's ridiculous. How does that even happen? Like, what, dude? That still blows my mind. This isn't a new thing either. Like, we knew this, but it's just poignant to think about. Poignant. Why don't they use less Starlinks from Florida launches to use the landing zone instead? What landing zone? I mean, WD-40, I have a feeling that might be what they're going to do with the new landing pads that they're building at Pad 40. I'm pretty sure that's the idea, yeah. Who would have thought? Not me. Look at us. Look at us. Why don't they get a second barge then? I don't think, Flavia, I think it's because SpaceX is not banking on keeping Falcon 9 around for that long of a time. Think about it. The time it takes to build another autonomous spaceport drone ship, right? It's going to take a couple of years, right? Where is Starship going to be in a couple of years? I'm pretty sure that's why they don't do it. Just fly Falcon 9 at this theoretical max cadence around the drone ships and, like, I mean, Flavi, think about it, dude. 156 launches? And the drone ship's the bottleneck, right? That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good by itself. If it just kept launching Falcon 9s like this, you could probably get that turnaround time down a little bit more, right? Launching less satellites with Starlinks as you ramp down Falcon 9 Starlink launches and ramp up Starship launches. You could probably do what WD-40 said and then get rid of the drone ships. His idea isn't as crazy as you thought. Yeah, Ed Mana, I mean, a dirigible? Does the dirigible go as faster than the freaking barge? Well, that's the thing, Graham. They don't build the drone ship. Somebody else does. Anyway, let's get back to this lander. I have to build an interfacing mechanism up at the top here. L77 next Tuesday is an RTLS to LZ2. I bet that they could get a rush job done. Except that their drone ship contractor right now, Graham, is building the barges for the breakover devices to transport Starship and Super Heavy between the Cape and Boca Chica. The drone ship guy's all hung up, man. Hey, I got a drone ship guy. Let me talk to my drone ship guy. Easier to build than another drone ship. You guys seem to have yourselves convinced. So I'm going to work on the top part, and for the top piece, I think I'm just going to make just going to do the same thing. I'll just do the same thing as the bottom, keep it nice and symmetrical. Now, this piece will add a little bit of mass. These ship plates are 80 kilos. I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do to make that a little bit lighter without... Engine plates are 250 kilos. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It's actually pretty light. I'll keep the adapter. That's fine. Did you ever do the crane with the lander as a counterweight? Buxo, did you ask that question already? I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm asking for my own sanity. Yes, I don't think I heard your answer. Okay. You may have missed it. No, all good. No, it's all good. I did answer, but don't worry. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just... Sanity check. Sanity check passed. All right. Yeah. I do need to build the lander counterweight system for this thing, but I did what I really didn't want to do and redesign the lander anyway. So we kind of have to put Moon Crane through another test. We have to go through another testing campaign because I redesigned the lander. But yeah, this thing should be able to counterweight it. Yeah. All good, dude. Bobby, anyway, Vandenberg launches are not that many less than Pad 40. We've had 70 from Pad 40, 61 from 4E. It's crazy that they've done that much, Flavia, with just one drone ship. Can you imagine 2 drone ships? If you had one pad and 2 drone ships, you could probably double that cadence. You could easily double that cadence. But I still don't know why they just don't hop Starship between the two. Sure, it wouldn't be as cheap, but it would have been. Maybe in the future, Aqualex, the barge transport Starship thing is something that is, I'm not going to say a stopgap, but that's more of a temporary thing. Dude, I'm sure that SpaceX will test point-to-point at some point in the future. They'll do point-to-point from Texas to Florida. They'll do shuttle flights. Just lobbing Starships back and forth. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do that. Like, why wouldn't you? So I attached a nose cone to the side of this thing that I want that I want facing up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here on the forward-facing fairing, and I'm going to turn interstage nodes on. The way that piece is made, it's going to favor that piece facing forward. Can Starship make the hop without a booster? Yeah, yeah, Mutter, I think it could. Question though, if it could, wouldn't you need to make like a bespoke one-off pad to get this thing to work? Or am I not thinking about that correctly? Milk stool it? Who knows in the future? But I mean, Geeson, what is super heavy but not a milk stool for Starship, right? Like, just launch it. Dude, the way if I'm thinking about SpaceX operations in the future, I would not, like, what my brain is telling me, and this is just how I think about it, what my brain is telling me is that super heavy is basically your milk stool, but it's a milk stool that moves. Does that make sense? Like, super heavy boosters will kind of stay with the pad. Not like actually, but, you know, the super heavy will come down, it'll get caught, it'll place it back onto the pad, and a super heavy booster will, like, almost, unless it needs to be swapped out, like, exclusively just fly from one pad. If I'm thinking about how SpaceX wants to do things, right? Starship is the one that's going to, you know, fly a lot differently. That'd be cool, Andrew, yeah. But I don't know. Could be wrong. I think like booster 87 in the future will be assigned to pad 1 at Boca Chica, and booster 86 will be assigned to pad 2, and then the 3 pads at the 3 pads at the Cape will all have like dedicated boosters, and they'll swap them out only when they need to. At least that's how, like, once again, you got to think about it like airplanes, right? Like, they want airline like reuse, so in that regard, Starship is the thing that needs to be super reusable, and Super Heavy does too, but Super Heavy is basically GSE, only it's not, it's air servicing equipment. It's like someone heard you talking about why we don't launch rockets from mountains. It just made the rocket a little bigger and got the assignment mostly correct. Yeah, kind of. Super Heavy would be like a taxiway. Yeah, kind of like that, Ethan, yeah. Personally, fellas, like, if we want to talk Starship architecture, how I kind of think of, okay, I don't know anything about what SpaceX's plans are to the future, and no, nothing more than what we've been given with public information. I purposely tell people that work there who do watch the stream don't tell me anything. I don't want to know. I like guessing. It's fun. It's a good way to train myself to, like, make sure I understand what SpaceX is trying to do. without actually having them tell you. Like, I like doing this way. With that being said, how I'm thinking about this is, okay, you have stage 0, so you have Mechazilla in the pad, you have Super Heavy, and you have Starship. The Super Heavy is basically part of the pad, right? Those go together. That is your runway and your taxiway, so to speak, right? Actually, let's just say that's your runway and your, well, yeah, that's those kind of go together in my mind. Now, what I think they're going to do in the future is, if Starship is going to, like, you got to think about this, right? If Starship is going to be launching and landing a lot, right? It's not going to just launch unless it's a refueling Starship, right? It's not going to launch and just get put right back on the pad and go again, unless it's a refueler. Say you have a Starship that's launching a payload, or Starlinks, or whatever, right? Or people, whatever. Pick your thing, right? So that Starship, say it's a passenger Starship, so it comes back down, it lands, it gets caught. All right, how do those people get off of the Starship? How do they get out? Right? It's on Mechazilla. What is it going to do? Place it back down on Super Heavy? What are they going to do? Have a crew access arm that rolls into position? No. Where are you going to put it? How does that work? Where does that go? You want to build more GSE on Mechazilla? I mean, you might be able to do something like the ship quick disconnect that kind of goes all the way around Starship, because remember, the thermal protection of Starship is facing towards the tower. I think there's a key there, right? In my mind, with how Starship works, having a crew access arm on Mechazilla would be like having a jetway at an airport on a runway. That would be like landing a 737 on a runway, right? And then having the stair truck drive all the way out through all the taxiways and have people get off the 737, they egress on the runway. That doesn't make any sense, right? That makes no sense to me. What I think SpaceX is going to do is, people will come back, the Starship lands, right? Mechazilla will take it, put it down on the transport stool, and the transport stool for the Starships with the SPMTs under it, that's your taxiway. And it will taxi the Starship to a terminal where there will be jetways. In the same way that your terminals at an airport aren't really necessarily near the runways, unless you're at an older airport, right? Like Boston Logan, my home airport, they're actually pretty close, but you get the idea, right? That seems slow. It seems slow until you have a terminal that has 100 Starships on it. Because think about it, Halsey, right? You're right, it seems slow, but think about this for a second. What does a modern airport have? Like, how many runways does a modern airport have? Let's take Dallas-Fort Worth. There's 4 runways. Well, 8 technically, right? Main runways. You have your 2 north-south runways, and then there's 2 runways going, DFW is like, what is it? Northwest to southeast. And obviously different directions, etc., etc. Like, a runway is 2 runways technically. It depends on which side you land on the runway on, right? But how many jetways are at Dallas-Fort Worth comparatively to runways? Right? Right? Dude, Starship launch sites in the future are going to have terminals. You're going to have terminals. You're going to have payload processing. What is a Starship Starlink payload processing area but a cargo terminal at an airport? Right? And then a passenger terminal. You don't want this stuff near the launch pad, do you? You don't want this near the launch pad. That would be a bad idea. Putting all this right next to the thing that launches the thing up into space, I wouldn't do that. I think that the transport stools that we see them moving Super Heavies and Starships around on are much more than just something that they use to get the dang thing to and from the pad. I think that's a critical piece of architecture in the future. Yeah. But you don't pick up the plane and carry it to the terminal. Well, yeah, sure, but planes have tugs. You have a tug with a tow bar, right? Like, is it that far-fetched to think that like SpaceX won't invent like an aircraft, like They won't make like a bespoke aircraft tug that's designed to pick up the airport, the Starship transport stands and move them. What is the transport stand but your tow bar, right? Yeah, Fox will, of course, but liability issues with what if it tips over? Hey, Hotbox. I don't know. Just something I think about. Like, if people don't see it, like, they don't see it. Like, this is just how I'm thinking about it. Like, once again, I'm just guessing. I'm not saying this is gospel. I could be wrong. In fact, I probably am, but that's how I'm thinking about it. Like, and if I'm wrong, I'll let you know. But if you accidentally the Starship, you know what, Halsey, knowing SpaceX and like just the Elon Musk kind of umbrella of companies, knowing them, dude, they'll take the Octo Grabber, the thing that kind of goes and grabs Falcon 9 when it lands on the drone ship and secures it to the deck. They'll probably have something like that, and it'll probably automatically grab the thing and move it, and probably use some type of full self-driving to be able to move the Starship back to its proverbial terminal. It'll probably automate the whole thing. You think they'll break over a Starship and before people embark and disembark? I think if it's horizontal, they can move it faster. Just a hunch or thought. Sure, maybe. You could theoretically break it over with the chopsticks. Theoretically. I mean, probably wouldn't. They just use 12 Cybertrucks. Yeah. I don't know, just something to think about. The new Grabber will be Tesla branded. Yeah. Plus, you need to save the ship. Well, so 58, the ship lands. They could put it on super heavy, right? Or you just hold it above super heavy and put the ship quick disconnect in place, purge out all the propellants, and then put it down onto the Grabber. Or make it so the transport stand can safe the booster. I mean, I don't know. It's fun to theory craft about the concept of operations. I think that's super cool. But yeah, who knows, dudes? Could be. Maybe not. Maybe so. Maybe banana. You know, like, but from what I've seen with SpaceX's systems engineering and how they're going about solving the problems with Starship, it very much seems like they're taking that whole airline-like transportation thing and taking that to heart. That's just an opinion, though. Nice, Fluffy. Wouldn't it be facing with the wrong way to put it back on the booster? No, Mutter, it actually, oh yeah. Oh yeah, my idea is dumb. You could put it... Yeah, that's right. The SQD is facing... dude, why do I always get that backwards? Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I got that backwards in my head. Yeah, with people, you could put the jetway right on Mechazilla. It would just be another ship quick disconnect that would be higher up and just turn into position. Yeah, you could absolutely get that done. That would be your jetway for people. Obviously, you'd need a freight elevator inside of Mechazilla to be able to load it up with supplies and pallets and whatever, right? But yeah, that makes way more sense. With cargo, though, the point still stands. How do you... Well, actually, if you have a jetway like that, you... Yeah. But see, fellas, so here's where my mind's going. That's right. You guys are right. I'm wrong. Starship came in backwards in my analogy. It landed the wrong way. You're right. Okay, so you know how I said like Mechazilla and So stage 0 and stage 1 are kind of their own thing. That's your proverbial runway. With how this is working now that I figured out that I'm an idiot, see what I mean about not doing this? Like, I still have a lot to learn. Even me, even doing this for this long, right? That tells me you need way more pads now, because now the pad is your runway, taxiway, and jetway all rolled into one. It's your runway, your taxiway, and your terminal. Elevator and an underground tunnel to it, I suspect. Yeah. SpaceX and Tesla could develop something like the mobile lounge. Yeah. No, it's got to be your bowl. Underground in Florida. Yeah, right, Munner, yeah. Huh. It's a good conversation, dudes. Now my mind's really turning about this. Anyway. Yeah, Toddbot for sure. Yeah, no, now my brain's going, you know. But anyway, let's get back to work. So I'm gonna move the lights back into position, and I moved them in the wrong way. Now I got to replace them doing that boot snap thing. Yeah, I don't mind having this plate here, but that raises the, like, if we do this and we put that there, that raises the docking port up. I'm not sure if Moon Crane will be able to touch the ground here. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I would prefer it if this thing was like this, but the problem is if it's like that is that it clips a lot. Like, see the edge of the fairing? This piece is not exactly, see if we do that. Might be able to get away with that. That could probably do it. Turn off interstage nodes there. Take my primary docking port. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Huff, what's going on? Yeah, Andrew, that's what I was thinking with my idea. I'm 100% here for a Starship rail transport line to the pad. I want, yeah. Transport stools on railroad tracks going back and forth. I want to believe, Aqualux. I want to believe. That would be scratching multiple tisms. Trains and rockets. You know how it be. Rocket launching from a train? No, SpaceX just using Starship transport stools on train tracks to be able to move them instead of SPMTs, Tyler.
Triple, what do you think about your question? My only questions are how long until we'd be okay with fueling people on board. I think Starship can fuel so damn fast, dude. I don't think that's gonna be your bottleneck, dude. They could tank a Starship in 45 minutes. Right? Like, so you could tank the thing. I guess you could do it while people are boarding, but yeah, how long? I don't know. Until SpaceX empirically proves it, you know? Like, you got to prove it with data that it's okay. It's like what they did with Falcon and the densified propellants, right? Like, we fuel Falcon 9 with people on board. Falcon 9 has the launch escape system, whereas Starship does not have that. Something to think about. Dude, I want Starship. I mean, Bandit, SpaceX building their own VABs at this point, dude. They're building 2 of them. Oh, it did that no signal thing. Oh, we don't need chat. Look, so this is NSF. This is Starbase Live here. Look. See all this lattice work? They're building a VAB in Texas and in Florida at the same time, dude. These are called gigabays. 24 processing stands for Starship in each bay. SpaceX is just gonna build their own VABs. I wanted them to use NASA's for a long time, but NASA doesn't want that. I mean, how long did the crew sit in the Saturn V or shuttle? Well, the shuttle and the Saturn V would be fueled before people get near them. It's the fueling process that's dangerous. Like the process of actually filling it up with gas. And, well, fuel and oxidizer, that's the part that's dangerous. Those gigabays are coming along, dude. Did that no signal thing again. All right. Seems to be growing well. Now, the past landers actually don't have a probe core on them, so we're gonna need to give this thing the probert core if we're gonna make them reusable. So turn these interstage nodes back on. Give me the octo core. And then just give me a nose cone. Put it on the front just to make sure. And now bring it in there. Cool. All right, and we are also going to need batteries, but we can attach batteries here. Now, if we want this thing to be able to loiter, it's also going to... Oh dear. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we have to be cognizant about clearance with this thing. Might be better to have that docking port stuck up like that. Give me a little bit of space. Yeah, Oglex, that's the thing about that's where I'm at with the Starship being, you know, the transport stools being used as the taxiway. Because then, you know, like, yeah, that kind of simplifies your hundreds of people ingressing and egressing into rockets all at once, you know? Just a thought.
I mean, we have our solar panels there, but do we want to do fuel cells? Nah. If I could have a differential propellant for fuel cells, I would use it, but... Alright, let's not do fuel cells. Let's not do fuel cells. 'Tis a silly thing. That might make for some weeble wobbly. We just got to make sure we have an attachment fitting that we can attach something here and make sure that it, you know, it's not going to get in the way. It's not going to foul on any of the avionics that we put up here. So what I'm doing, fellas, in case anybody's wondering, is I'm redesigning the lander to just based off of what we've been doing. I'm redesigning it to be a little bit more capable and a little bit easier to fly. The lander I did end up having tip over yesterday because the way it was built, I took off a lot of stuff, a lot of creature comforts. I took off of the system because I had to work around a part count constriction because we didn't have the VAB upgraded. So with the way we have it now, it should be a lot better because we're not really constricted by parts. I'm going to take the science equipment off just for now. And I'm going to take the inventory stuff out too. We fill that up on a case-to-case basis. Yeah, that was my whole idea for Aqualex. Well, that's what I was saying at the beginning about not having a crew access arm. Like, why would you crew access arm on Mechazilla? Just complicates logistics a lot because then you're getting people near your tank farm when they're not inside of the spaceship. I'm not sure we want to do that. Right? Like, these are our downward-facing monoprop thrusters. That's another thing we need more. We need to add monopropellant. Oh, crap. So these are downward facing thrusters that will enable us to be able to do a softer landing. It's basically like if we're coming down and I've noticed I'm coming down a little too fast, I can flip these thrusters on and just pump the brakes. Now, another thing to consider with this thing is, well, like I said, we got to put monopropellant tanks back on. We had 12. Let's put the monopropellant tanks back on first. We had 12 of those. 12 of them holding 7.5 units of propellant. So 7.5 times 12. 90. Okay. What other monopropellant tanks do we have? We had those things hold 50 a pop. What about that's 20. Any other types of manoprep tanks? That's the 120 tank. That holds, yeah, what about this one? That thing holds 20. Yeah. Yeah. Well, my old design had 90 monopropellant in it, and that only became a real problem when we were doing multiple hops. And because I crammed way bigger fuel tanks in there, I don't want to clip it inside of the structure here, so we might need to do something a little bit different. What does that get us? 20 and 40. Thinking. Nice theories. I'm glad you like the tunes. Using reaction wheels for most of this is not more mass concern. I don't want to use a reaction wheel, no, because this I would prefer RCS. Laz, the reason why is because we got to do rendezvous. I have to make it so my RCS can steer the vehicle, pitch yaw and roll, but we also need it to be able to do translate functions. Like it needs to also be able to come back up and rendezvous with a new payload, right? So it can land with it or be refueled, right? So this thing has to be capable of doing rendezvous proximity. The thing is that gets difficult. It gets difficult with when you have changing fuel loads. However, there's a reason why I opted to center everything and lengthen the fuselage of the vehicle. It'll make it a little bit easier to balance. Alucard, we'll get to that. Yeah. Night Word does. We got Firefly news. What's that, Nova? What do we got? Can't listen to the music. Nice. Miranda is Firefly's engine for their Eclipse launch vehicle. Running into spatial constraints here. Ooh, wait a minute, boys. I got an idea. Why don't we just saddle the tanks? That's gonna really hamper where we can put reaction control thrusters, but so I just priced out the new GV unit of a C6. I also priced out an E4OD and a standalone computer. Guess what's headed your way after the first of this year? Oh. Huh. Nice. I'm gonna guess the E4OD. More non-Ford content? I got bad news for you, Gaw. He's not talking about a Corvette. I got bad news for you, man. Wait, what's GV in this context, Ernok? What are you talking about? Yeah, Oculix, I agree. I'm sorry. Typing off there. Yeah. Yeah, Timmy, you saw 65 Ford on vacation was drooling. Nice. Oh, Gear Vendors is slightly cheaper and a lifetime warranty. Oh, we got, okay. All right. No, these are parts for Bluefisk, we're getting an overdrive, Gear Vendors overdrive for the C6. Versus getting a 4-speed, an E4OD, which is a 4-speed, an electronically operated, so E4OD. It's Ford's naming convention for transmission. Electronic 4-speed with overdrive. So it's a 3-speed with an overdrive gear. That's electronically controlled. Gear Vendors... Ernok, you made the right decision, dude, in my opinion. If you had bought the E4OD with the standalone, I would have been like, dude, come on. Because think about it, dude. The gear vendors, even if the gear vendors is more expensive, man. A gear vendors is basically a 2-speed transfer case without the transfer case, right? That's what a gear vendors is. That's why you could seemingly install it on whatever, right? That gives us 6 speeds instead of 4. So now you have a 6-speed transmission. If you have a Ford C6, which is a 3-speed automatic, hydraulically controlled, right? You put an overdrive behind it. Now, with a 2-speed overdrive behind it, now you have 6 gears. You have first, second, and third with the first speed on the transfer case, and then you have first, second, and third again with the second speed on the transfer case. So now you have overdrive. Now you have 6 gears. Finally, what's that? No, they're not parts for the IROC. Anyway. What do you guys think of the saddle tanks? I'm not in love with them, but I don't hate them either. We flushed the cooling system, Fluffy. Bluefist needs... That radiator needs to be taken out and flushed completely. Like, we need to leave the garden hose running through that thing for like a couple of days. You don't hate him, Magellan? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Whereas with the gear vendors, you get 6-speed. But see, like, here's the thing, guys. If we don't... There's crud all through the entire cooling system. It's probably because the thing was sitting, so it's probably rust in the block. The best thing to do would be to tank the block, like, to get it, like, cleaned in a machine shop. In order to do that, you got to disassemble the entire motor. So even if we took a new radiator, like we put a new radiator on the thing, right? We put a new radiator on the whole damn thing. Even if we did that, all the crap that's in the block is just going to gum up the aluminum radiator. We just got to flush the whole thing. How's Titan? He's still unhappy, but yeah, he'll get over it. Yeah, that might be what we have to do, Aqualux. It really depends. But fellas, I really want to get this lander done. So, I mean, I know me. I could sit here and talk trucks with you guys for like the next 8 hours at least. So, that's cool or not? Yeah, let me know what's going on. Can't wait for more Starship launches and hope they don't rush things. Yep. I don't think they will. Alright, the saddle tanks don't look too bad. Will that fit inside of the fairing, though, is the question. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Easily. Cool. Excellent. Consider that a FOD cover for the rocket engine. I just want to make sure that when we attach stuff, we attach it to the right thing. The Rockomax adapter 2 is the structural piece. That's where it's going to integrate. I don't put rocket engines in the mainline structural path. That makes for really weebly wobbly rockets. We don't want weeble wobbles. Okay, we don't want that. Consider that the nozzle plug, a VOD cover. Oh no, Prominent, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The saddle tanks look cool, but yeah. I can't help but think that we could probably come up with something that looks a little bit nicer. Then again, it doesn't look too bad. It kind of matches the aesthetic that we're kind of going for here. What? Let's just straight curiosity. What about the side? Nah. Inline looks way nicer. All right, cool. Excellent. That does reduce part count. It goes from 12 parts down to 2, and now we have 10 more monopropellant. This thing will have more to mess with, which is good. That's what we want. The only practical reason for the saddle tanks is making them ejectable. I can't really fit anything left inside of this thing, man. That's the real big problem. Issue. I could have tanks riding off the back. Could try to make it look like a Centaur, but I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. You know, I don't mind that. That's not bad. What about if we hit some Centaur action? The Centaur has its monopropellant tanks hanging like down here. Nah, that doesn't work. I actually don't hate that. That's pretty good.
Go at throttle up.
Now what about our thruster package here? How are we going to do that? If you have issues, you might have solutions. I don't really like the idea of a thruster outgassing like right next to the tank. We could always put them down here. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do. It's a me, 37-month resub. Thanks, man. We could put them we could mount them off the aft cargo. Can we kind of clip it in, make it look a little bit nicer? Yes, we can. Last good sir, what's up, man? How would you feel about a big biolander that takes up all of the payload fairing and payloads are assembled in orbit? Big biolander? What do you mean? A big boy lander that takes up the entire payload fairing. Eventually I'd want to scale into that, dude. But this will be more than sufficient for now, dude. This is fine. I'm actually pretty happy with how this is all coming together. Between like thruster placement and everything, this looks pretty good. I like the extended thing a little bit where we have a lot of firepower in a very small package. Light, handy, adjustable, big firepower in a small package. Word on firepower. Titanium burst of 3 to 3,000. With replay, another Zorg invention, it's even easier. Fire, and Ripley sends all the following shots to the same location. To finish the job off, all the Zorg oldies with goldies. Rocket launcher, air launcher with flame poisonous tip heads. Our famous net launcher, the always efficient flamethrower. My favorite. To finish the job off, the all-new Ice Cube system. 4 crates, delivered right on time. Now, my dear Agnaut, do you have what I require? What? That was funny. I don't like wars to fight worthless causes. Now, dude, tell you what I do like though: killer, die in the wool killer, cold-blooded, rhetorical, maniacal, rhetorical. Now, real killer, when he picked up the ZF-1, would have immediately asked about the little red button on the bottom of the gun. Bring me the priest. It's my favorite, man. I love that movie. Don't encourage him, Mutter. I got this. No, I really do think we got a good thing. This is a pretty good lander. Any good news today with space news? Stuff happened. We just watched the Starlink launch. That was pretty cool. Four crates delivered right on time. Do you have a YouTube VOD or something about how you designed your landing legs? I'm sure it's there, Hot Dog, when I went to design the lander. I'm pretty sure that was like episode... It was sometime in late October, like maybe the 24th. It was like maybe episode 24 or something, 23, something like that. World ain't what it seems, is it, Gunny? I'm gonna change some things about the legs in a second, Hot Dog. So yeah, bear with me for a second, dude. I'm gonna change a couple of things with them, and I'll show you. I'll just kind of give you a quick rundown if you want. If you don't want to go VOD sifting through the VODs. Yeah, cool. All right, the next thing I got to do is the RCS. So let's think about this. So ideally, if you want to have better or higher fidelity yaw, pitch, and roll control, right, you need your thrusters to be as far away from where your center of mass is. Now, for this particular test, let's put 10 tons of payload on here and go from there. Let me find something that's 1 ton. That's 1.2. That's fine. Let's just say we have that. Now, so if our center of mass is basically at our payload attachment fitting right here, the best place for the thrusters to be would be in the back for yaw, pitch, and roll, right? That would be the best place. Also, that's why kind of the reason why I'm like, oh, dude, let's put the monopropellant tanks back there too. That way all my thrusters are near my tanks. Makes sense. That's what you do on a real spacecraft. You don't want to have tanks back here and thrusters up here, because that's more mass of all the plumbing that you need to run up there to get to the thrusters. There are exceptions to this rule, like Dragon's forward-facing thrusters. The Dragon bulkhead thrusters do that, so it is warranted in some aspects. It depends on what you're doing, but in this particular scenario, we would want to keep, if we keep everything at the back, it'll be easier for yaw, pitch, and roll. Now, but the flip side of that is, what about rendezvous proximity operations? So if we go in here and select these tanks, right, and then we just get rid of our payload, right, the yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters being down the bottom, that'll actually work pretty well there. Where does our center of mass end up? Considering, like, say, you know, we have a lower amount of fuel. Yeah. Yeah, I put all this damn stuff on this thing. World ain't what it seems, is it, Gunny? No, sir. But Duvin, yeah, that's right. Our translation thrusters do not have to be the same as our yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters. I think the best place for the YPR thrusters should be down the bottom of this thing, right? Because that means even when this thing is running low on fuel, it's still in the furthest possible spot away from everything, right? But translation, I mean, is another story. The way I designed this thing, fellas, was that between no fuel and full fuel, the center of mass doesn't move very much. And if these things have things in them, that's going to be even more rearward bias. What about if we're low on monoprop? Yeah, okay. That's not going to be an issue. Yeah, okay. I want my translation thrusters to be down there. That's fine. That's actually going to be pretty sweet. Or rotation thrusters over there. Much does the ascent stage weigh? I don't have a weight for that, Laz, but I do have a payload mass. This vehicle, I designed this lander to be able to land 10 tons onto the surface of Moho and get back up. At least that's the intention. Yeah, at least that's the intention. So, because if you can do it on Moho, it'll be able to do it on the moon. It'll be able to easily get something down to Minmus multiple times. You can hop around on Minmus. Moho is one of the highest planets, one of the highest planets or celestial bodies with no atmosphere that with required delta V. The other one, what is it, Tylo, guys? Tylo requires 2.5 kilometers a second to land. So that probably needs a bespoke lander. Don't get me started on Eve or Lathe. Yeah, this is supposed to be non-atmospheric entry, like a light duty lander, and we'll eventually where I'm planning to go. And like Blackness, you were saying, make a bigger lander, right? I'm just gonna scale that design. We'll scale it up, yeah, for the bigger landers. I'll do a 375 variant of this exact same thing, and go from there. So, how much does the ascent stage weigh? I don't know. I haven't really gotten that far. But I have 10 tons of margin, so we'll make sure that it doesn't do that thing that it did on the moon that I did not like when we did that the other day. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that these aren't bound to an action group, and they were. Okay, so get rid of those. And these will be used for yaw, pitch, and roll, so we're going to move this thing 45 degrees off. And put those in symmetry. Go. Score. Glad you like it, Yum Food. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. Scratch that. Hold on. Let me bring the capsule back in here. Ooh, that's right. You put them in the square hole. The reason why I recopied the thrusters and moved them, because these ones have all the actuation toggles. Okay, I see what I did. All right, cool. We can get rid of that. That has the toggles set correctly. Now that's those are your forward and back thrusters, right? So those can go right there. Or no, forward and back can actually go at the back too. That doesn't make a difference. They can go there. Now, show actuation toggles. We don't need to thrust limit any of these. And then I got to make sure that, because I copied them from the capsule, they're using the capsule's activation groups. We don't want that. I don't want to, yeah, I'll make my own activation groups for these. But now we need translation thrusters. Just make sure all that stuff carried over. So this quadrant right, those sets of thrusters, the forward ones right there, that's roll control, and these ones are yaw and pitch. That one is forward and back. So we have yaw, pitch, roll, forward, back. Now we need up, down, left, right, A, B, start, right? So I'm gonna need another set of these bad boys right here. And now what I want to do is, if we can, thinking, separate this. Now, honestly, we'll, all right, that's where our fully fueled position is, so I would love to have them right there. That would look amazing, but that's not going to work. So that'd be great when this thing's going around fully fueled, right? But not so much when we're not fully fueled. See, now we got a little bit of a problem here. Because, all right, so say the lander is on the moon, right? Dropped off its payload, and it goes back up into space. We're gonna have lower fuel here, like this. So how do we do this? We got to think about this. This is called concept of operations, or CONOP, right? What do we do? Do we fuel it first? Or do we attach payload to it first? If we attach payload to it first, it covers up the docking port. Do we have a separate fuel umbilical? Do we design a tanker to go with it? I mean, yeah, we're probably gonna have to, right? Do we design that? How do we do that? Do we design it to eventually utilize the ISRU? That's what you guys are saying. But if we're gonna do that, we're gonna need a fueling umbilical somewhere, right? It's cool going. Right? These are things that we gotta consider here. Why can't you put the port on the side? Of course I could. In theory, we could put another port on the side, but we need a port forward for docking the payload to it. That moon crane, replace the crane with an ISR. Yeah, Pigzig, I have, yes, I already engineered that. I'll show you that later. It's one of the base modules that has ISRU built into it, right? Yeah, that essentially is what we could do. Pick up a fuel tank with moon crane, have moon crane sit on top of the lander and refuel the damn thing. That could work. Or we could just take moon crane's chassis and put a tank on it, right? Have it dock to my base, refuel it, take it, get it up over it, attach, refuel, and go. That could be done eventually, but for now, our concept of operations, because we don't have ISRU unlocked, right, is get the thing back up into space and refuel it up there. And since we're doing that, like I said, we run into a problem. Because, okay, in order to rendezvous correctly, I would have to line up my translation thrusters with where this thing's position is with a relatively empty fuel tank, right? Let's just say, take this off absolute for a second. Let's just say we line up our thrusters right there. All right. So now we take a fueler, we attach the fueler to it, right? We refuel the lander, and now we undock from the fueler, and now we need payload. Now we go to attach payload. Check this out. Now what do we do? Now our translation thrusters aren't in the right place. But we do have, you know what? We have 2 sets of thrusters. Why not put one of them lined up here and the other one's lined up with no fuel? Like lower fuel levels. We could just flip back and forth depending on what... That was... Yeah, okay. That was an easy problem to solve. All right. I think that's a good solution. I think those are double sim on top of this though, so what I'm gonna have to do Pierto, what's up, man? Wait a minute. Oh, it already lines up. That's fully fueled. And that's with minimal fuel. Airtel, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Pick a designated spot with octane. Require the Kerbal Team to attach a fuel line. Yeah. That's actually super interesting. I didn't really plan that. If we're fully fueled, we line up with the front block, and if we're out of fuel, we line up with the aft block. All right. Okay. That was a pretty easy solution. We just can toggle the thrusters depending on what we're doing. We're probably going to want to put that on a Cal controller or something. Redesigning my lunar lander. I bet that's what you say to all the girls. Yeah. What if it is? What if it worked? Just saying. I'm just saying, Bill. I'm just saying. Might be anecdotal, but I'm just saying. Just saying. A keeper. That's right. That's right. Goes in the ring hole. So I have my thruster toggle here. I'll put the Cal controller. I'm putting the Cal controller in a spot where I can easily get at it, because I figure flipping, if we need to, basically I'm gonna have two this thing is gonna have 2 play positions. You're gonna have it needs to be basically 2 seconds, right? So you have option 1 or option 2. Actually, 1 second would be fine, right? You'll have back thrusters on, forward thrusters on. That's it. That's all we do. And that's all we'll do. And we'll mess with the translate toggle controller. Right? And the way I see it is that I'll be able to easily select this, because if we're moving to dock to a payload, right? We would want to have a condition where we dock with no fuel and then dock with fuel. So I'm going to make position 1 the no fuel option. So let's go into my cal controller here. And basically, I'm going to be able to flip the cal controller back and forth, and it'll be able to shut off these thrusters and turn on those thrusters and vice versa. Like depending on the play position. This actually came together a lot easier than... Oh, we do need to set action groups for these. Dorsal ventral, port starboard. Yeah, they're in symmetry, so it applied it to all of them. Okay. Why can't you... All right, why can't you put the port on the side? Yeah, I already answered that. Go here. And we want condition 1 here to be... Oh, that's easily gonna get messed up. No, cal controller is not, that's not a good idea. You don't want to do that way. Because the controller can, sometimes cal controller logic doesn't work how you, like, yeah, that's not gonna work. And the best thing to do would be to manually set it. You do that with action groups. No, you know what? I'll just set it manually. We'll just have these working manually. I'll have to toggle on all these damn thrusters all at once, but it's okay. How many parts did this thing end up being? 129 parts for freaking lander. Oh dear. You're my most watched streamer on Twitch this year. Grazie, Flavia. Thank you. How many thrusters? All of them. Those thrusters are only used for going forward. Cool. Thanks for teaching us. Oh, you're most welcome. All right, Antares. See you, buddy. The last thing that I'm kind of worried about now is that if I have sets of translation thrusters all over the place and I have the ladder that comes down here, the ladder is going to have to be able to clear the thrusters. Yeah, that's not that big of a deal. How about a Blurst deployable rover carriage for your lander? That's nice, I think. I'm asking only because I want to support you in the best way possible, but is it best for you if someone watches streams on Twitch or YouTube? The split is the same, Flavia. The ad revenue on YouTube I make is a little bit nicer. Yeah. We really don't have a fuel balancing issue, Tessa. It's fine. In fact, dude, like with the probe core, if we use the probe core torque, it should be able to compensate. These thrusters should be able to compensate. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, in fact, I'm really honestly not worried about it. Why did you take ads away from us? It got annoying. I was trying to do something, and maybe I was just being irritable. Spoiler alert, that's probably exactly what was going on. I was just like, dude, I don't want to do this right now. Boss, couldn't you just move some of the dry mass to the top side of the tank? Yeah, Tessa, like, once again, this is not... I answered your question twice, didn't I? Dude, the movement is not much. It lines up with those on one and those on the other. It's really not that big of a deal. The wheel authority on this would be able to compensate no matter what the fuel load. So I'm actually really not worried about it. The only thing that's kind of concerning me is that this thing is a lot of parts. It's a lot of parts, but it also pretty much does everything. Like, this is everything we need. We were ignoring? No, what? 405 voice, nice. All right, cool. I'm happy with all this. We still need to design the ascent module, right? But this is actually pretty good. Now, if we extend the ladder there... Oh, cool. It goes right around the thrusters. Excellent. Perfecto. Now what we need to do is... Yeah. America. Hey, it's me, America. Could you fit a relay on the descent module somewhere? A relay? Yeah. No. But now that you remind me, I do need an antenna. I almost forgot. Yeah, I'm sure the outgassing of the thrusters won't screw up the antenna at all. I think it'd be really useful to have a ground station whenever you land. I mean, we could add that functionality in the form of a payload on the top, dude, if we really want to. I don't need that functionality from the descent module, at least initially. It's good, dudes. I'm pretty happy with this. Good. All right, let's start messing with the landing legs. So in order to do that, once again, we're going to rotate this entire bad boy this way. Now, the things that I did in a previous thing is I took these lights right here and I used them as connector bars, make them look cool. Now, I'm going to go into my action groups and I'm going to shut them off, right? So they don't work like light strips, but that's what it'll look like when the thing is down. And we could potentially use them as lights if we really wanted to. Does it have a thermometer? Nah, I left it at your mom's house. I'm not sure if having the antenna there is the smartest thing. So in terms of how this landing leg is designed, it's just a small hinge, a G00 hinge, right? With no motor torque, no damping, right? You have an extended leg here, and then it's strutted to another hinge here. This hinge is attached to the RCS ball. That RCS ball is attached to this piece. This is your actuator. That's the actual leg. So when we want to deploy these, what I do is I go here, demotorize that, take the leg, demotorize that, and how this works is you just extend it. That's it. You just extend the leg. Once again, despite what you saw yesterday of me retracting and putting these out, or retracting, putting them out, they're really not. I really did not design them to be undeployed. It's like a one-time use. You deploy it and that's it. No, it was a nice seafood dinner. Take your mother out to a nice seafood dinner and never call her again. Hey, where did you get those clothes? At the toilet store? The guy who can't think says something. You guys just stand there? Come on! I want to put the antenna in a place where this stuff isn't outgassing, so that means we'll move the decals down a little ways. Put them down there. Cool. He said Heine. Will you Lunar emergency get on 4 feet thrusters? Martin, I already did in the form of these, which give you much better controllability so you don't have to worry about the lander flipping over. The big problem yesterday with the lander is that I couldn't maneuver it quick enough in time because I mean, it's because I ran out of monopropellant, but I added more monopropellant to it, and then I don't have correcting thrusters, but I do have thrusters to make sure that this thing lands when we, you know, go to fly it. That's kind of important considering yesterday. Right? 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 Oh, in order to... Hold on. One more thing to the legs. Just gotta... I'm trying something here. So, using these as connectors instead of the struts are going to make this thing a lot better at being able to be sub-assembled and moved to other things. Like I can integrate it a lot better. Because having these struts here, if I tried to take this craft file and put it on Condor, for instance, these struts go all out of whack. And I'm trying to correct it. Now, having 2 of these hinges here, demotorized and locked, right? Like, just using them as a connector and nothing more is fine. About how much is the wet mass of this lander without the 10-ton payload? 13. Yeah, she definitely got a little bit heavier, but I'll have to look at compare it to the other one. Yeah. This way, the only strut we really need to check up on is that one. And that's fine. That strut should always run the exact same every time, even if we take this thing in and out of sub-assembly. Nice. Good. Actually, this thing's gonna need to extend a little bit further because I redesigned this a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. All right, cool. So take this, put that back down there, put that back down there. Take this, put that back down there. Boom. All right, guys, we can... I think we got a good Mark III design here. Dude, that fits right. Ah, this is sick. This is good. I like it. Let's just do some quick analysis here. It has 3.3 kilometers a second delta V by itself. Pretty good. I'm not too big of a fan of the Z fighting there, but it's fine. It's okay. That big of a deal. The struts did look a little bit cooler, but this looks a little bit beefier. And these things won't have any motor torque or anything. They don't need to be motorized. No. Locked. Just stay locked. Cool. Yeah, they'll bend a little bit, J-Speed, exactly. Cool. Yeah, now the only strut that we need to worry about during integration is that one. Cool. 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 Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. Sweet. All right, we don't need the fairing clearance thing. We know that's going to work. All right, so let's get some numbers here, dudes. All right, so 3.3 kilometers a second by itself. Now, this is with 10 tons of payload. And once again, I wanted the overall safety factor, so that's 15 tons, which is 5 tons more than any payload we're ever going to encounter. It has 1.2 kilometers a second delta V. We were aiming for 1.3. Which is fine. That means with 10 tons, this is going to be closer to 1.5. It's 1.54 kilometers a second. That'll easily be able to land on any other planet with no atmosphere other than Tylo and actually. Should be able to do Moho, Bop Pole, Drez. It should be able to do Gilly, it should be able to do Ike, it should be able to do the Moon, Minmus, easy. Yeah, all of that. This could get 10 tons to the surface of pretty much every celestial body, with the exception of atmospheric planets like Eve and Lathe and Tylo. Actually, Eve, Lathe, and Tylo are the only ones it wouldn't be able to land on. It could land on Ike. Oh, no, hold on. Eve, Lathe, Tylo, and Duna. It could land on Ike. You can do Gilly. You can do Moho. You can do the Moon, Minmus, Tylo, Bop Pole. Or no, Bop Pole and Vol. Moho, Drez. It could do Elu as well. Nice. Yeah, this could get 10 tons down to the surface. Now, here's the question, though. What's the highest delta V number here? The highest delta V number out of all the planets minus Tylo, Duna, Eve, Lathe is Moho or Vol. So let's minus 900 delta V out of this number. And let's see what happens. So 1549 minus 900 should give me 600 delta V left over. Can Science Junior be included in the 10 tons? Anything you want can be included in those 10 tons. It's designed around Moon Crane, though, King. Because if this thing can land a moon crane, we can build whatever we want on any base that we want. Make sense? The smallest flag set as a medium panel could look good and be lighter. It's not the right shape, dude. We need like 20 of them. And that would increase the part count even more. All right. So we set this to use that all up. Let's just say we used a little bit more trying to find a precise landing site. Now say we unload our payload. Is that number above? Yep. It's well above. Yeah, it'll be able to get back up. No problem. 978. Good. Good lander. Cool. Descent module is even better. An SSTO on other planets minus Lathe, Tylo, Eve, and Lunar. Ten-ton down mass designed for moon crane. Save. Let's do Lunar Lander Mark III Ascent module. So let's go in here. And let's find our other Lunar Lander Concept 2. Go here. And we will pluck the Ascent module off here. There it is. We're going to redesign a couple of things. The first thing I'm going to redesign is I'm going to get rid of that engine. Get rid of the spark engine. I'll tell you why in a second. So let's attach this. All right, we're going to need another docking port, right? Yeah. How much does the Ascent module weigh? Right now, 6 tons to 8 tons. But this doesn't have enough to get up out of the moon by itself. But actually, you know what I'm kind of wondering, dude? What's this thing's total delta V with just the Ascent module attached? Fellas, I don't think we even need the Ascent module. This is just SSTO. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, we could reuse it. exactly. We could just have the descent module detach. Or this is, yeah. And then in that regard, I'll give it its own RCS. That's not a big deal. Weren't you gonna give Kraft Bernie RCS? I already did that to Condor. Reusable with an abort contingency. Dump the ascent stage fuel as it's superfluous. Yeah, pretty much. And dude, it has 40 monopropellant on it already. We can we don't even need the tanks. Like, Jack is stable, his blood sugar is increasing, his temperature is rising. He was able to walk around a bit, so they don't think he's had any brain damage from the lack of breathing. He's likely to be discharged today, but I don't know when. Quick update. Oh, I'm glad your cat's doing better, man. Heck yeah. That's good. Good news. Yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. It has monopropellant on board. The one thing that I'm like about is this. When we're docking and undocking this thing, if we ever do that and we want to reuse the ascent component, right? What do we do? Like, how do we do this? Hey, Ninja Decimator, what's up, man? How you doing? Ninja Decimator. Hey, Duel, long time no see, man. Dude, you crossed my mind the other day, Duel. I'm not even kidding. You crossed my mind the other day when I was working on the 97. I was just cleaning something, and I'm like, I was cleaning some of the paint off of it, like some of the spray paint. Still trying to get all that off. And I thought back to when we drove under the bridge and you got it on tape, which was pretty cool. I was like, I wonder how that guy's doing. Does it need the docking ports? I mean, No, not really. Doesn't work here. I got you, man. I got you. I mean, I suppose we could just have a crew rated variant. But then again, if we have a crew rated variant, that means the abort contingency thing, this thing being able to be detachable, is pretty much useless. We don't need to do that. We might as well put it on a decoupler. Man, I'm good. Life's been hectic, but I've been watching you with all the big super launches. Great job. Thanks, man. Right on. I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. What do you guys think? Are we allowed to know where Jack went to work? Jack works at Astroforge. He's the head of communications for Astroforge. Astroforge is an asteroid mining startup. Yep. Yeah, that's where Jack went. Yeah, yep. It's public information now. I told you guys would like it. Like, every time I get near Route 66, I'm always thinking, I bet $100 hairs EJ's been here. Nice, man. If you go up through Veneta, yeah, man. Yes, I have been there. Rip the Band-Aid off, make separate crew and cargo variants. You can rip off the experiment pods on the cargo variant. Okay. Sounds good to me, dude. Let's go with that. Let's see where that takes us. All right, so that means we basically get rid of this, and then there's a plate already there, so that means we could get rid of that, and we could do that. There you go. And that also means we don't need any of these. And that means we don't need an antenna package here. The science pods could be right there. Tess, I'll probably leave the science pods, but I'll leave them empty. They're nothing. They're an inconsequential mass. Because the thrusters are attached to them. Second probe core. It was attached to the plate mutter as far as I can remember. Yeah, I attached it on a plate on a Q-Block tag. But yeah, this should be... I mean, dude, we could even... Now that we... Hold on a second. Locked by attachment. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, we don't need solar panels on that either. I don't know. Do we want the cargo door on the side variant, or do we want to do that? Kind of like having the side window there, you know what I mean? But, like, what do we put there then, you know? You like the cargo door variant? Jack went looking for gold space rocks. He did. Did Yak apply or did he get headhunted? You know, I don't know the answer to that question, dude. I don't know. I want to say he got headhunted. Like, I'm pretty sure he got headhunted. That's a guess, though. I don't know for sure, actually. But yeah, that's what he's up to. Pretty cool. Put the simple science experiments in here. Actually, we could do... It's so cheesy. There's so... That's very much clipping into each other, though. Still need one more part. Oh. Guys, I actually like this variant better. I like having the windows, so if we want to land in first person, I can look out the sides. Get better visibility this way. I know, people are gonna hate me. Jack got a new job. Yep. Yep. First component of the air separator has arrived at Starbase. Oh, crap. What time is it? Oh. 6 o'clock. Need something on the sides. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's 6. So I started an hour earlier, so we should probably jump into space news here in a second. This is good though, man. I'm pretty happy with this. It looks like it needs arms. Dang, I thought with a full space news yesterday we might get a launch. We didn't do... Bro, I played Kerbal for like 7 hours yesterday. It has lights already. They're in the landing leg design. You just can't please everybody. I know. I know. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't like that. That also looks strange, and my RCS is outgassing into it, and I hate it a lot. More monopropellant? You like to use it a lot. But Sure. Quark, I missed the Jared hearings yesterday. Any interesting news? Nothing new. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get it though. Hey Orson, could you make a Space Winnebago in honor of Spaceballs 2 being in the works? I've definitely done that, dude. I did that. Actually, Orson, I did that. I think I made a Space Winnebago and I made it fly around in KSP while I was still at my previous employment before this. So it's been a while. It's weird saying that like that, but you get the idea. Yeah, I made one in Stormworks. I made an RV fly around in Stormworks one time. Flew pretty good too, till I crashed it. It flew pretty good, you know. Second. I'm just returning some videotapes. Okay, cool. These don't look nearly as cool as the struts, guys. They don't. In fact, I'm kind of like, I want the other ones back. Is that bad? I thought that would look nicer. Yeah, it doesn't. It looks pretty bad, actually. I don't know. Maybe we'll just roll with it. Trying to decide if I want to fight traffic horribly in City Skylines 2 or send Bob on an outward journey towards the sun. Traffic is always fun. All right. Well, either way, guys, let's this is good. I like what we got here. You know what? I really want to unlock the grip pads. The smaller grip pads would actually make a pretty good strut here, so to speak. Where are those in the science menu? Let me take a look. Of course they're out there. Nah, that's it. All right, cool. You guys want to do space news? Let's do space news. Cool. Good lander design. That's what I wanted to do today. We got pretty far. Yeah, SSDO lander and then a reusable a cargo lander descent module based off of the same design, I think is the right move. If it's not, we'll figure it out by flying the dang thing. And that's probably what we'll end up what we will end up doing tomorrow. Yes, sentences. Yeah, I'm going to flip us over to space news here. Yeah, I'll be back momentarily. I already ate before I got up here, so no 30-minute break or anything. I'll just jog the VOD like what I usually do. On YouTube, there will be a momentary loss of signal. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I hope you enjoyed part 35 of KSP Career Mode, and I hope to see you again soon. I'll be back in a second. Thank you very much for watching.